congratulations to all of the finalists of the Shoe Creator Challenge.
I wanted to make something that everybody could wear.
It's all about looking good on 2K, so I'm here to help you out with that.
Now,
2K Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the NBA.
From the plains of Oklahoma, welcome high above downtown Oklahoma City. And we've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's opening day in the NBA. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here in the start of a new season. Kevin Harlan here with Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, and our sideline reporter is David Aldridge. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Kevin, if you'll allow a DC kid to be a little parochial right now, while there are some basketball hotbeds throughout the world, Prince George's County in the heart of Maryland is among the finest. A litany of NBA players have come from PG, including Kevin Durant, Victor Oladipo, Markelle Fultz, Michael Beasley, and Quinn Cook. KD said, "It's just in the water. This is what we do." Guys?
Great stuff as always, DA. Thanks. And a look now at the Thunder's upcoming schedule. On Sunday, they'll be matching up against Rudy Gobert and the Utah Jazz. And then on Tuesday, they'll go up against Bradley Beal and the Washington Wizards. Here are the starters for Brooklyn. We've got Durant, Harden out there with Irving. Then it's Joe Harris, and it's Big Red in at the 5 spot. And for the Thunder, we've got Gilgeous-Alexander. Horford is out there with Williams, and it's Roby in at the power forward. And I know every player counts down the seconds to opening night. Clark, how exciting was it for you to be on the court when the games finally took on real meaning?
Kevin, there's only one opening night each year, and it creates an atmosphere and a buzz that you can't duplicate any other time. So that in and of itself always makes it special, and I always look forward to that opening night.
Now, here is Harden. They get the rebound. Here's Big Red. Good work defensively by Horford. And so Horford will bring it up for the Thunder. Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And the pass to Dort. 6 to shoot. Horford. No good there. And it's the Nets taking it the other way. Durant for 3. Gilgeous-Alexander pulls it in. Pass to Horford. Over Harris. That's good from Horford on the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander.
Boy, that shot for Horford, really close to automatic.
Harden scanning the floor. Durant down low. Can't hit that one.
Yeah, scoreless here early after their first 4 shots. They right now are searching for a bucket. And as expected, Kevin Durant sitting out all of last season, recovering from the Achilles injury. Glad to see him back on the floor.
I agree with you, and it was absolutely a no-brainer for Kevin to sit out the season. That type of injury, you give it all the time you need, and the Nets knew that. They knew when the deal was done that he was going to most likely miss the season. And yet, they did the right thing, and when you have a guy like KD, you want to make sure you're not rushing him back. You want him fully ready when it's time for him to go.
For Oklahoma City, they've gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Dort. Back to Gilgeous-Alexander. With some arc, a rebound by the Nets.
Boy, that is awesome defense, guys, against a capable finisher. Well done. I'm sure the coaches love that.
Here's Roby. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
And they're 1 of 5 to start this game. Just really haven't gotten into a flow offensively.
Man, the confidence Irvin has is something I really appreciate. I mean, he's ready to shoot it as soon as he gets it and not afraid of any kind of shot.
Timeout is called. First of the game for the Thunder.
Trying to find some answers offensively.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be the focus of this timeout. They need to come up with a spark to get the offense going.
Courtesy of the 2K leaderboard, here's a peek at the league's top scorers from a season ago. James Harden, #1.
And he's not going to forget that season anytime soon. And it's safe to say neither will anyone who watched him.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. And here in the first, about 3 minutes in, pass to Horford. No good that time. So Brooklyn will take it the other way.
No doubt he's struggling right now from the field. Let's see if he can get it going this quarter.
Here's Harden on the wing. Outside Durant, shoots the three. It's good. The assist that time from Harden.
You know, when Durant gets a look from that distance, he's letting it fly.
They need this. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. And it's Harris with the ball for the Brooklyn Nets. And the Nets, another three.
The ball movement on this run has been fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
Fires from 14. No good on the shot, a bit long that time.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
And that one drops. And it's 7 points for Big Red. Thunder trailing by 11. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
Time called here. The Thunder decide to talk it over. Boy, your alma mater, UNLV, Greg, has produced some great NBA players over the years. I mean, so many great names.
No doubt about it. Listen, I got a special place in my heart for my former teammates Larry Johnson and Stacey Augmon.
Right.
But also guys like Sean Marion. You go back to Reggie Theus, who was a tremendous player. And right now in the league, you got Kim Birch, dunk champ Derrick Jones, and an up-and-comer in Christian Wood.
Good mention. In for the Nets. Jordan, he's checked in for Big Red. Blake Griffin comes in for Kevin Durant. Bruce Brown, he's checked in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving. Now, here's Gilgeous-Alexander. Nothing yet on the scoreboard for him.
The classic combo guard. Gilgeous-Alexander is effective in the two-man game, especially on that first option, taking it himself.
Here is Harden. They have a 9-point lead. Down low, here's Brown. Shot's good. Griffin making the play.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
And, you know, nothing like getting an opponent on the ropes early. You love that if you're on that side of the scoreboard, and they are landing some haymakers now.
And that one gives them a +5 rebound advantage, Kevin.
Pretty clear they're dominating that area. They've come out with a lot more energy and effort so far.
And now they're turning this game into a drag race, sprinting out for easy fast break baskets.
Here's Gilgeous-Alexander. James Harden picking up that last basket. Gilgeous-Alexander lays it up and banks it in. Gilgeous Alexander's got his second bucket tonight.
Largely because of that length, Gilgeous Alexander feeling confident attacking inside.
Here's Brown, and 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot. And there's the call, Oklahoma City with the foul. This is his first free throw of the game.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That free throw good from Brown. And Brown drops them both. There's 31 seconds left to play here in the first. Gilgeous Alexander against Dinwiddie. Here's Dort. No good with the triple. Brooklyn leading by 13. Dinwiddie passes to Jordan. From deep, Harden. It's hauled in by Brown. Here's Dort. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. The first quarter concludes in a double-digit lead on the scoreboard. Brooklyn ahead. They lead by 13. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2K Sports. And earlier we spoke with Kevin Durant about surviving the grind of an NBA season.
How can we be the best version of ourselves individually every day, and how can we bring that together to make a great group? And I think that's the focus every day. That's tough in itself. That's the pressure in itself, is the getting up and being laser focused on what your job is every day. And I think a lot of guys in this locker room know how to muster up that focus to, win basketball games.
Well, Durant may not be the in-your-face type of player, Greg, but he gets the message across for sure.
He's not going to yell at you. He's going to show you how it's done and expect that you're as committed to winning as he is.
And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And the Nets pretty much in control here, it would seem. Oh, the power on that throwdown.
Goodness. Hey, we know Harden can score it, but he also has great vision.
Thunder trailing by 15. Here's Dort. Still looking for his first bucket in this one. Gilgeous Alexander against Dinwiddie. Shot clock at 6.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
And what I like about it, it's been a physical brand of basketball. It's had a little sandpaper element to it. Gritty and rough, but that's how you win games.
And Clark, when you look at the footwork of James Harden, arguably some of the best in the history of this league.
And Greg, he studied the greats. I mean, he loved Ginobili's Euro step and then added it to his own game. Now he's taking that to another level, and he's the one giving out the lessons. But you're right. Got great strength, but the footwork is really outstanding.
Williams, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. And the Nets making a change here as well. Kyrie Irving's checked in for James Harden. Williams kicks to Gilgeous Alexander. Another shot, and it's Bradley laying it in. Bradley's got his first basket of the night.
And the rebound and the follow show you what he is all about. Gritty and determined with the soft touch to match. You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Well, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Here's Gilgeous Alexander. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
And scouts question whether Gilgeous Alexander could finish through contact. There's your answer.
And guys, what do you think about the hustle stance for the Nets?
They've made the commitment to get out and run, and it's paid off with some highlight reel plays in transition.
They've gotten their fair share of points off turnovers so far tonight, too.
Here's what Brooklyn's going with right now. Big Red's checked in for Jordan. Kevin Durant comes in for Blake Griffin. And Harris subbed in for Brown. That's good from Gilgeous-Alexander. You know, winning that championship as you did, Greg, for UNLV, many people don't remember you played much of that season with a broken jaw.
Well, Kevin, I don't remember much of it, to be honest with you. It was pretty hazy. I lost 19 pounds over the course of the season. Championship night, I was 168 pounds.
No kidding.
Yeah. Oh, I was wired shut for 8 weeks. Didn't miss a game, but I tell you what, I don't know if I would do that today. But, you know, it did turn out well with the championship.
As I recall, you broke it against Fresno State, correct?
Yes, yeah. Got my legs taken out from under me and broke the fall with my face.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Ouch. Thunder trailing by 12. About 3 minutes played so far in the second quarter. Clean. Oh, and here comes Kevin Durant all alone.
It would have been impossible for KD to miss his teammate there. He was wide open.
Well, Thunder have gone 2 of 6 from the field in the second quarter so far. Now a timeout called by Oklahoma City.
And they just can't seem to get going offensively.
And I think this timeout, guys, is where you draw up some plays that are guaranteed to create some high percentage shots.
Thunder making a change here. Muscala's checked in.
All right, a chance to check out stats for Kyrie Irving. Great showing for him last season, putting in about 27 points a game, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds. And his playmaking really stands out, making his teammates better offensively with his terrific passing.
Yeah, he's outstanding at controlling the tempo. I mean, keeps the ball moving, and of course, finds the open man.
Out to the right wing. Gets to the corner and buries it. And that's 11 points for Big Red.
Irving doing a nice job there being creative and efficient with that beautiful assist.
Well, you can be the judge of if it's fair or not, but Kyrie Irving has earned himself the reputation of being moody, to say the least.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes that sword cuts both ways. Sometimes it's the players, sometimes it's the media, and the media's perception. It's a combination of the two. Clearly, Kyrie can sometimes go off on tangents and come from left field in interviews. I mean, he's not the only player, present or past, that's been guilty of that. One thing you can't deny, though, is this guy loves the game, and it's a matter of continuing to mature and grow as a leader. So I say give him more time, and he'll refine himself in that area. And that's Horford for you. I mean, that's what he does. He's a guy who brings toughness and great concentration to what he does in the paint.
Drills it from outside.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on him.
Williams passes to Horford. The shot, no good. And it's the Nets taking it the other way. Outside Irving. And the 3 off target. And it's Williams with the ball for the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's a 16-point game. Here's Gilgeous-Alexander off target with his three.
And he's been way off the mark this quarter. It's been ugly.
KD's shot is good.
You know, the timing Durant has does a nice job, really excels at pulling up and then stopping on the dime, straight up, straight down off the dribble and delivering.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. Count that one.
Money in the bank. Gilgeous-Alexander is more than happy to try his luck from that spot.
Durant way out. Wow!
He got it in!
How about that? Wow, what a way to finish up the quarter.
That's an impossible shot, man, even when you don't have the clock to worry about.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets closing out the quarter with a 20-point lead. From the field, they have been outstanding, amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks a lot. Kyrie, what were you all focusing on coming into the game tonight?
I come out with a intense focus and intensity that other teams can't match. Just doing whatever it takes to keep our tempo. Guys are in a great rhythm when we have a great tempo, so just trying to get everybody involved and do whatever it takes to win.
Well, we'll see if you can keep playing at your pace in the second half. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David, and we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Ernie Johnson here with Shaq and Kenny, and a favorite time of the year as we're halfway through one of the first games of this fresh NBA season. And as great as James Harden has been, his game has attracted its share of critics. They say he flops or travels or that he dominates the ball. Shaq, what do you think?
Listen, haters gonna hate. He's playing at an all-time great level right now. And when they're winning, jibber, 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 jibber. Jibber, 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 jibber.
Well, of course, the case is judged not by what they do in the regular season, but what they do in the postseason. So, to silence those critics, you got to get that ring.
And that's going to do it for our halftime show, sadly. Third quarter about to start. See you again after the final.
Horn. Oh, buzzer.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. It's been one outstanding game from Big Red.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
Yeah, you know what? I think he's doing exactly what he has to do. Using his body, shaking off contact, and then finishing at the rim.
Thunder trailing by 20. Our second half of basketball, and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. So for Brooklyn now, Durant is up there with Big Red. Then it's Harden. Then it's Kyrie Irving. And it's Harris in at the three.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Well, I agree with you. 4 of their last 5 baskets have been exactly of that variety.
A one-man show offensively, and that's almost always good news for his team.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Irving. Teardrop shot, and Gilgeous-Alexander with the nice bucket inside. Gilgeous-Alexander's got 13.
And it's kind of the running joke when you think of James Harden, often maligned for his lack of effort defensively, but quite honestly, I thought he improved a great deal a season ago.
And Greg, I observed the same thing. His overall commitment was better, and not just steals and blocks either. I'm just talking about his awareness, his commitment to that end of the floor. It was a focal point. If he continues on that track, I think he's going to make an impact at that end as well.
No good from outside.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
Passes it to Roby. It's hauled in by Harris. Harris has got his 4th rebound in this one. Durant just inside the line. Pulled the shot a little left, but the bounce goes his way.
Just make sure you keep getting him touches. I mean, you love what he's doing at the offensive end. Don't go away from it.
All right, let's catch up with our sideline reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. Now, we have seen continued growth with the NBA's affiliated leagues the last few years. Think about the explosion in popularity of the WNBA, the Basketball Africa League, expansion of the 2K League, greater pay in the WNBA and the G League pathway, along with the unionization of G League players. The league continues to show its commitment to expanding opportunities on multiple levels. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, David. Greg, I think of you in a New York Knicks uniform, legendary arena you played in. What was that experience like?
Kevin, intense. I remember the first time I suited up in a preseason game. We played the Dallas Mavericks. Both teams went up and down the court 3 times and nobody scored, and the fans started booing. And that's when I knew this is a little bit different. You better bring your A game.
And thicker skin, correct?
That too, yeah. And fortunately, there was no social media or internet back then. Goodness gracious.
So for the Nets, DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Big Red. Blake Griffin comes in for Joe Harris. And it's Bruce Brown in for Kyrie Irving. Poked away and stolen by Jordan. Fires the 3. The Thunder pull it in. They'll be off next to Utah for a meeting with the Jazz. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip. To Gilgeous-Alexander. To the left side wing. Here's Baisley. Still getting one. Oh, what a play!
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Oh, he is a highlight reel unto himself, guys.
That could be a contender for the dunk of the year, I think.
Without question, a crowd pleaser to the 10th degree.
And he's got his first chance at the line here.
One shot.
Nets leading by 19. A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Durant wide open. He fires. Off target from 3-point range.
And still looking for his first triple of the second half. He had 3 at halftime.
Here's Baisley, guarded by Jordan. The pass to Dort. Misses the 3.
And, you know, the defense to me looked like they were okay to let him prove he could make that shot.
Harden's shot is off.
Yeah, you know, he hasn't contributed well scoring the ball, but obviously his teammates have.
Here's Dort. The rebound by the Nets. Durant's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Lost contact on the shot, and now a 3-point play chance as he'll head to the line.
No easy way to hold KD down. He's slick, he's slippery, he's smooth with the ball. That's why he draws fouls.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight. Muscala, he's checked in for Oklahoma City. And the Nets also making a change. Dinwiddie's checked in.
One shot.
Boy, you look at Durant's resume. He's already accomplished most of the big individual honors. League MVP, Finals MVP, scoring champion.
In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. And there's the call on DeAndre Jordan. That is his first foul of the game. And now let's revisit that exceptional mobile 1 block.
And they're determined to add to the lead, not with more offense, but with big-time D.
Jordan against Brown. And Durant sends it back.
That extraordinary reach combined with good timing makes Durant a real threat as a shot blocker.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Clearly just an example of a different mindset between these teams.
Lock at 6. Here's Baisley. He's covered by Brown. And again, no good by Oklahoma City.
That's one he knows he should have drained.
Dinwiddie left side. Harden outside. Lets it go from deep. The shot will not fall. So the Thunder will take it the other way. Here's Dort, guarded by Harden. Here's Baisley. And again, Oklahoma City, no good. On the wing, Harden. Lobbed up there for KD.
Terrific ball movement. Harden with perfect timing on the pass. That's often overlooked when the pass gets there. He relishes his role as distributor.
Gilgeous-Alexander surveying the D. Here's Muscala, and that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
And that solid play in the paint continues here, guys.
Here's KD, and then Durant with the jam.
Well, that's par for Durant. I mean, that's what he gives you, the ability to score at all three levels.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Pass to Muscala. Here's Dort, defended by Durant, and Durant sends it back.
And still, he's scoreless. Boy, they could use just a little bit of help from him.
Here's Harden. Again, the Nets for 2.
And now you see them starting to really work the ball inside.
Outside, Gilgeous-Alexander. And Durant sends it back. And so it's Kevin Durant making headlines and highlights for Brooklyn. Between his points and his rebounds, he was a star for him in that quarter. Back right after this. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Yeah, and with the accuracy to go along with that vision. I mean, he put the ball in the absolute perfect spot. That's how you orchestrate it.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. They've got Melodon, and it's Pa Kusevsky in at the 3 spot. That's the lineup in the game for Oklahoma City. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. Greg, after we saw top prospects like LaMelo Ball and R.J. Hampton playing a year in Australia, the NBA G League sweetened the deal to attract those blue chippers to this G League, which I think is a very interesting topic and a very interesting way to go.
It is. You know, I think the salaries now could exceed $500,000, not to mention the endorsement deals, and they're on a single team that's built around their needs. Certainly an enticing option for those who want to skip the college route.
Does this affect colleges, in your opinion, in their recruiting?
Not at all. You're going to love your school no matter who plays for them, especially if you're winning.
And, you know, Green is known for his instant offense, no doubt about that. He's a guy that knows the coach is counting on him to let it fly and let it fly often.
So he gets them both. And so here is Oklahoma City. Pass to Horford. Banked in off the glass.
How impressive was that from Al Horford? I mean, to concentrate after being bumped like that, very impressive stuff.
And Green slams it in.
And the one-hand slam just looks so pretty when it's in his hand and he's the one doing the slam.
Agreed. He is smooth as silk, even on a power finish.
Part of what makes him unique, guys, that combination of power and polish.
Back to Horford. And a bit of a battle here for the ball. The official signals a jump ball here. So it's Brooklyn now. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for Brooklyn. And after this one, they're home against Minnesota. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home. Here's Claxton. Good work defensively by Horford. The Thunder shooting only 32% from the field. Plenty of signs of struggle by this offense today. And here is Maladon. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul. And the league taking steps to discourage teams, Greg, from tossing away seasons in search of high draft picks. Has enough been done, you think, in that regard?
We'll see. I tell you, the idea of a play-in
That's a
tournament
tough one, isn't it?
for the last few playoff spots, I think that's a good idea, actually. It might keep more teams in the hunt down the stretch. And I think the onus also, if the fans put enough pressure on their teams to try to develop what they have and not always put it on the future, I think that's going to help. But I think you're going to always have a little bit of that moving forward.
Tony Bradley's checked in for Al Horford. Griffin's checked in for the Nets. He's perfect from the line this time. First minute and a half of basketball played here in the 4th quarter. Irving passes to Green. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. Over Bradley. Misses from 6 feet away. Now here's Maladon. Passes it to Pokusevski. Six on the shot clock. Guarded by Green. Blake Griffin pulls it in.
Tell you what, that is a missed opportunity from mid-range for sure. With as little defense as was shown, should have made that one.
Down the stretch of last season, Greg, we saw some teams resting healthy players, even ones out of the playoff hunt. And they got fined. But is the amount, which I think is about $25,000, is that enough to discourage that tactic?
You know, I don't think it is. Not when team revenues are measured in the hundreds of millions. You got to do more to keep them honest, but by the same token, you know, if I get $200 million invested in a guy, I want to protect my investment. And so if I can rest them here or there and prolong their career, I think my organization's all the better for it.
There's the pass to Irving. It's good from long range.
Not just range, but confidence, too. Irving can capitalize from way downtown.
Now, here's Maladon. He's covered closely. And that one drops for him.
The defense just too soft on that possession. You have to be closer and contest at the rim.
Pass to Irving. Takes the 3. And the Nets, another 3.
He's found his rhythm from deep, and you can see the confidence.
Yeah, I'd be confident, too. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you're stacking up threes the way he is, I mean, he's doing all his work from behind the arc.
Here's Pokusevski, guarded by Green. The shot by Maladon, no good. Brooklyn's gone 2 of 3 in the 4th quarter from long range. Good shooting so far. Here's Irving, and he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Irving's got 8 points here in this quarter. The Thunder have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the 4th quarter. Inside, And that one clearly a foul. Gets the whistle, and 2 shots coming up. Greg, we are in an era of positionless basketball. And we know the All-Star game now has a 2 backcourt, 3 front court position as opposed to 2 guards, 2 forwards, and a center when you're voting. Should they get rid of those designations entirely?
I tell you what, I think you could make a strong case for that. You go back to last season, many felt Jimmy Butler got robbed of a starting spot. I think, listen, this is the fans' vote. Why not the 5 top vote getters? I don't care if they're 4 guards. If the 5 players that the fans want to see the most play a certain position, then so be it. You know, they're not going to play all 48 minutes. You're still going to have your 7 other spots to kind of balance out the roster. I say just let the fans tell you the 5 they want to see, and let's go play.
Nicholas Claxton's checked in for the Nets. He hits both from the stripe. Here's Irving. Now Shamet. To the middle. A nice shot by Irving. Irving's got 10 points here in the second half.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for Brooklyn.
You don't see this kind of a blowout often, but tonight this is a quality win across the board to deliver out this kind of punishment.
They definitely never changed the approach. They just kept after it and showed they were clearly the better team in just about every single category.
And it'll go down as their first official win of the new year.
And guys, sometimes it's hard during the first meeting of the season to get a feel for a team. But these guys came out and made the necessary adjustments, and they have to feel good about going up 1-0 in the season series here against Oklahoma City.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Kevin Durant.
Just an outpouring of points from him. Nobody could do much to keep him from dropping it in.
That free throw good from Kyrie Irving.
You know, what comes to mind first when you think of Irving is his handle. Rush hour tight, but also his dynamic ability as a scorer.
Now, here's Melodon. Covered by Irving. Out of hand on it. Shamet with it. Pass to Irving. And he uses the glass on the layup.
And it's just competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Yeah, you know, once they got victory in their view, a huge injection of energy and a great run to finish it off.
Shooting 2.
That free throw, good for Melodon. Both good from the line that time. 19 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Well, this one is winding down now. Brooklyn can watch the clock run out. Here's Irving. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. A resounding victory for them. And Greg in enemy territory, no less.
That's exactly right. But with the way they controlled the game and just completely took the crowd out of it, that's how to get it done on the road.
And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Kyrie, a top-tier matchup. I wonder if you circled this one on the calendar.
Every game is like that for us, especially going forward. We understand what we're trying to accomplish. The little things matter in the big picture, so we want to just come out and just have a consistency on both ends of the floor.
Well, it showed up tonight, man, with a big win, man. I appreciate your time. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, David. Great interview once again. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For David Aldridge, Greg Anthony, and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for being with us, and we'll see you next time.
Hey, I'm Brian, and I'm here to talk about the upcoming neighborhood events. Start off this weekend at Specialty Appreciation Slasher. Have you applied 12 or more badge points into finishing?
The activity in front of the Brooklyn Museum, not too far from our setting today here at the Barclays Center. Thank you for tuning in this Sunday evening. With Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. With us tonight, 1990 NBA Dunk Contest finalist, Kenny the Jet Smith. I remember that 90 event. You were terrific. You were skying all over the place.
Man, thanks for having me. But how did they give Dominique that? He did the same dunk 3 times. If you do the same dunk, you're going to get the same score. That doesn't make sense to me. But hey, man, happy to be here.
GA, it's all yours.
Kevin, thanks very much. We have all heard the rumors regarding Kyrie Irving's moodiness. His teammate Kevin Durant said, Kyrie is an artist. He has his way of doing things, and I support him 100%. Irving said, human beings have mood swings. I don't have to be perfect. My teammates know who I am, and I'm proud of who I am. Kevin?
All right, David, thank you. Second chance points. That helps an offense, Kenny. It's an easy way to get some scoring. Which players do the best job of keeping possessions alive for the chance to get the second chance?
Second chance points, I would say Drummond, Steven Adams, and Cantor. Those are guys who are great offensive rebounders, and they get it done.
Don't forget Montrezl Harrell is another guy that's doing a great job.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. They've got Edwards. He's out there with Russell. And it's Hernan Gomez in at the 3, the small forward. And for Brooklyn, Durant is out there with Big Red. Then it's Kyrie Irving. Then there's Harris. And it's Harden in at the shooting guard position. Now, here is Russell. 1 up, 1 down, 2 points with his first shot this game.
Listen, we know he's a shoot-first point guard. And when D'Angelo Russell has the ball, he's going to look to score, period.
Pass to Harden. Vanderbilt with the rebound. Edwards against Harris. Edwards, that's good.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
And I think defensively, that is not the way you want to start. Giving up high percentage looks, that doesn't typically end well.
Shots good by Durant. Kenny, your teammate Akeem Olajuwon, a lead on both ends. Who do you think is the best all-around big man in the game right now?
Well, as great as Akeem was, you know, Shaq was probably just the greatest ball handler as guys today. You know, you think about that, like Giannis and Embiid, those two come to mind. They probably would have gave it to Shaq, but he would have had his shit.
Timberwolves passing it around. Towns knocks it loose. Irving with the steal. Now here's KD, the fast break opportunity. Harden's shot is good.
So many plays of run through Harden. You like to work him off the ball. Give the defense a different look.
And there's the pass to Towns. We're just about 2 minutes into the first quarter. Rebounded by the Nets. Pass to Big Red. Towns with the defensive effort. The Timberwolves have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. Another miss by Minnesota. The Nets have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Kenny, your shot mechanics look polished, even back in college. Some guys take longer to have that thing look smooth and right and make some sense optically.
Well, it's repetition more than the visual. So the more you, like I actually shot the ball and my left hand stays on too long, so I had a side spin. It didn't go, it didn't have a natural revolution. So Marcus Smart comes to mind, Lonzo Ball, you know, but the repetition will help.
And, you know, there are some guys that, you know, some of the great shooters don't have great, I mean, Ray Allen, Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe shot it with
Larry
a little
Bird's form was different.
But, you know, they perfected it.
In transition, here come the Nets. Harden's got the ball.
Showing how unselfish he can be. Irving recognizing the importance of keeping his teammates involved.
Russell feeling it out a bit. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Russell.
What a terrific play by just a tremendous all-around player. This guy makes it look easy.
Pass to KD. And the jam by Kevin Durant.
Powered by his underrated strength, Durant is able to make some signature contact finishes.
So the Timberwolves called their first timeout.
Kenny, you played alongside some incredible clutch performers. Who would you give the ball to now for a game-deciding 3?
Game-deciding 3. Steph Curry's number 1. Klay Thompson's number 2. Ray Allen's retired, so I'll go with Trae Young.
Ooh, what about Dame Lillard?
I'm sorry, Dame Lillard, number 3. And then Trae.
Say what? So
Steph, Klay,
Lillard.
Game-winning 3, not off the dribble.
I'm going to throw a wild card out there.
Who's that?
Kawhi.
No.
Kawhi says, hey, Kevin and I saw him hit one of the biggest threes.
Yeah, that's a wild card.
That's a wild card. I mean, hey, he hit a 3 to get to the finals.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that.
And he was injured in that game and in those series. New group in for the Nets. Jordan, he's checked in for Big Red. Blake Griffin comes in for Kevin Durant. Bruce Brown, he's checked in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Irving. Here's Noel. Shoots over Brown. Will not go. This is off the front iron. And with the game of basketball going global, guys, Kenny, we've seen it. It's no longer a cakewalk for a U.S. team to go in those international tournaments and just check the box. They got to compete, and they're going to face some terrific players.
Yeah, well, back in '92 when the Dream Team was formed, it woke the world up. It allowed them to see what basketball at its best looks like. And so now we can imitate that, or we can emulate it, or we can find out who got those guys that good.
That was the plan for the Dream Team. Basically, it was to go and elevate the game of basketball. And that's exactly what happened. Right now, we have all these great players coming in from all over the world.
And that one falls, and that puts him up by 1 point. So it's Rubio bringing it up for the Timberwolves. And this is their first time matched up with Brooklyn this year.
Should be an interesting game, as these teams don't see a lot of each other being from different conferences.
Right. They'll meet 2 times this year, East versus West. Let's see which team can enforce their style of play.
And the D getting outworked there on the putback. Can't let that happen.
You have got to put a body on somebody. We talk about it ad nauseum, but you've got to be disciplined with the box outs.
Now, here is Harden. Back to Dinwiddie. Just 5 to shoot. It's over Rubio. Dinwiddie's shot is off. For Minnesota, they've gone 6 of 12 from the field here in the first quarter. There's a minute left here in the opening quarter. Pops it up for Jordan, and DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Now, DeAndre Jordan simply a force around the cup. This guy has rare athleticism.
Here's Noel. No points in the game yet for him. Knocked loose. It's stolen by Brown. In the corner, Harden. To the paint, Jordan. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
Now, when DeAndre Jordan is engaged, this guy is flat out a difference maker. He understands how to play to his strengths.
And he's got his first free throw of the game.
You know, this is not an area where they expect him to contribute. You know, he's a guy that shot below 70% last season.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And so Jordan nails both of them. Timberwolves trail by 3. Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. Rubio, the pass to Aldridge. Shoots over Griffin. Aldridge, no luck.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
And the basket by Harden.
Have to rush Harden off that line. He's downright lethal from out there.
Bounce pass, Rubio. Here's Aldridge, and he banks in the layup.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
A free-flowing first quarter. Great scoring through 1. It's the Nets up by 4. Let's take a quick break now, and then it's on to the second quarter after this. And recently, D'Angelo Russell, Greg, told us about some off-season work he put in.
Man, I picked a lot of people's brains. You know, going into the summer, a lot of guys that have made that jump paved the way for us, a lot of older guys. And, you know, the answer that they were giving me was figuring out that routine that your body needs, that your mind needs to prepare for each game. And once I started getting that consistent routine of napping, eating my pregame meal, things of that sort, it kind of started to come for me.
Craig doing what he can do to reach that immense potential.
You know, the talent is there. There's never been a question about that, but you also have to be reliable and accountable, both to yourself and to your team. Sounds like that's becoming his focus.
And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And looking at what we've seen so far, guys, from the Nets, what do you think?
Yeah, in that first period, they looked to push in transition at every opportunity.
And why wouldn't they? You see their effectiveness in the open floor. Very difficult to slow down.
We've got Brown. Griffin is out there with Jordan. Then it's Harden, and it's Dinwiddie in at the point. That's the Nets 5 as we get into the second quarter. Looking at the top 5 picks in the 2018 draft, Kenny, all of them have shown good play, tremendous promise. But if you could choose one for your team, which one would it be? I mean, the Doncic and Young and Jackson and Ayton. And,
if I had to go over and pick it now,
there's so many of them.
Man, I'm going straight with Doncic.
I mean, there could be only one. It's not even close. Doncic is the only guy on that list that, when it's all said and done, he's got a chance to be a top 10 offensive player.
Yeah, you know what he reminds me of? A more aggressive deadlift shrimp.
Ooh, I think even more than that. To me, he's a combination. I heard Larry and Magic. He's a combination of Larry and LeBron. Because
I can see that.
Magic wasn't like the scorer that those two are. Like, those guys are scorers.
Yeah, I get it.
And then great passing ability. And the other thing about him, he's a better athlete, and he's a tremendous rebounder. I mean, that guy is special. Yeah, things not going their way, and he wants to just try to talk this one over.
Well, night in and night out, sometimes it's a battle of runs. Who has the most?
Big group substitution here for Brooklyn. Big Reds checked in for Jordan. Durant comes in for Blake Griffin. Harris is checked in for Brown. And Kyrie Irving subbed in for James Harden. Kicks it to Towns. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Russell. Jacks up a 3. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Kenny, these days you need versatile defenders. In your opinion, who does the best job of guarding from point guard to center in the NBA?
Oof, you got Kawhi, you got AD. I would add Paul George in the mix.
Sure.
I would add Patrick Beverly in the mix. I would add PJ Tucker, guys who can play multiple defender positions. Avery Bradley, I would add him in there. You notice most of them on the same team, huh?
That's right.
Minnesota shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line.
And they were 75% from the line a season ago.
The first one falls. That one falls, so he hits both of them. Nets leading by 8. Irving looking over the floor. Here's Durant. Again, the Nets for 2. Guys, the game nowadays more open, more freedom of movement. Kenny, do you like where the game seems to be headed?
Yeah, as a fan, I like it. And if I was a player, I would like it. Because of my style of play, I can imagine a lot of players in my era wouldn't like it. But a lot more fun to watch, a lot of flow to the game.
The thing I like about it is you have to be more skilled in the game today. Because you can't just grab and hold and beat people up today. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Like your Knicks teams.
Yeah, exactly. We would have struggled today. We would have struggled.
I'll tell you, proving how dangerous he can be inside. D'Angelo Russell forcing the defense to make a commitment.
For Minnesota, they have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2. Free throw good, Russell.
What we know about D'Angelo Russell is this guy is a dynamic, aggressive scorer. The key is he's got to extend his minutes playing under control. If he does that, lights out.
And so Russell hits them both.
Yeah, in this quarter, they've had the right approach, driving and drawing, initiating contact, create opportunities, get to the line.
And we've got an update here, so let's check in with David Aldridge reporting from the sideline.
Hey, Kevin. The Timberwolves were fined last season for resting D'Angelo Russell on the road in a nationally televised game. Minnesota said, we're a player-centric organization that's focused on learning and optimizing our players' bodies. Guys, they do seem willing to pay a fine here or there to protect their players' health. Back to you.
Well, as a player, how couldn't you like that? Always watching out for you. David, thank you for that one. Here's Russell. Kevin Durant picking up that last basket. Got that one, and the Nets' lead has been cut down now to just 9 in the bucket from Russell. Big Red passes to Irving. And almost 4 minutes gone here in the second quarter of play. Nice D from Russell. Here's Noel. He's been quiet so far. Still no points in the game. And here we go. Brooklyn fast break. Here's Irving. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. And the Nets lead by 11.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Ending with a basket, coming off a pretty pass.
And the Timberwolves call time here. They come into this having outplayed Phoenix the last game.
And the focus was to get stops. All game, they were right up on shooters, and that led to some big-time rejection.
The best defenses do a great job of protecting the rim. That team did not give an inch. They defended and contested every shot.
He's checked in for Brooklyn. And it's never too early to start looking at our contenders for this year's dunk contest. There's no doubt it'll be a terrific showdown of some of the game's best athletes.
And it seems like each year the bar keeps getting set higher. I mean, more props, crazier concepts to the competition, the level of dunks. I think this is going to be a good one.
Well, you look at Big Red sitting at the top of the heap. Looks like he'll be planning on an appearance at the dunk contest this year.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised with his athleticism. This guy has got the goods, no doubt about it. The hops are incredible, and we'll just have to see what sort of creativity he can apply.
And so that's the breakdown as it currently stands. We'll be keeping you all updated with the latest info and, of course, our final list of contestants as we get closer.
Yeah, and if they don't invite me to be a judge, I'm still going.
Just 4 to shoot. Beyond the arc, and it's blocked by Brown. And what about our special guest? Kenny, thanks for taking the time to join us, dropping by. Always a pleasure. You add so much to the broadcast.
Man, thanks for having me. This is just great.
Thank you. What a pleasure it was to have Kenny joining us outdoors. He's been in the business for a long, long time.
Boy, as great as Kenny Smith was on the basketball court, he was a tremendous guard, a championship guard. He's been equally impressive off of it. This guy's a mainstay in the studio, Emmy Award winner, truly a special treat.
Looking at who's out there now for the Nets. Jordan, he's checked in for Big Red. Griffin comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Harden in for Kyrie Irving.
Well, you can be a second-round selection and still make it in the NBA. Joe Harris, because of his commitment to work, has carved out a nice career for himself. This guy is a lights-out three-point shooter.
Russell, and they call the foul, so he's got the and one chance here to make it a three-point play.
A little artistry in the painted area, converting against the side.
Some guys just relish the challenge. Find a way, and he does.
The Timberwolves have been solid at the line so far, 4 for 4. Free throw good, Russell.
Boy, showing a lot more aggressiveness now after making 0 trips to the line in the first quarter.
Brown against Russell. The pass to Harden. And a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here.
And the way Harden plays the game, incredible. So much energy and really as creative as they come.
Brooklyn shooting their 5th and 6 free throws of the game.
Shooting 2.
Free throw good, James Harden. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
No wasted trips at all. They're taking care of business at the line.
Russell passes to Edwards. Aldridge against Harden. Aldridge dishes to Russell. That shot off. Good work defensively by Harden. Count that one.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Harden kicks to Griffin. To the inside. And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Boy, this guy has run this play so many times. DeAndre Jordan understands how to read the defense.
Here's Russell. An easy 2 points on the layup. Russell's got 14 points for the game.
Well, just tremendous composure on the interior. Read the defense, take advantage of the situation, and deliver.
Harden inside the three-point line, and it's Brooklyn scoring again.
And it is easy to get spoiled watching Harden. He's had so many games like this in his career, but you still got to appreciate what he does.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets looking at a 13-point lead heading into the next quarter. They've kept the tempo quick and the defense on its heels, and it's gotten them up big. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Hey, Kevin, thanks. Hey, James, we know that scoring seems to come easy for you. How do you create that mentality out there?
I just like to have fun. You know, it's all for the kids. It's all for the fans. You know, I think that's what we're here for. And so, you know, guys just go out there, compete, have fun, and just play hard.
My family doesn't think it's all for the kids, but I appreciate your sentiment. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
And what a show being put on here for the home fans tonight. I'm Ernie Johnson, along with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. And rejoining us here at the table, hey, he's back, Kenny the Jet Smith. Kudos to you, sir, for your sharp and incisive analysis of the game.
Oh, thank you, Ernie. Thank you. Always a pleasure to break down the game with the great ones.
Trader. Excuse me. Yeah, glad you had fun over there. Trader.
I'm back.
That about wraps it up. Time now for the second half of the game. We go to Kevin Harlan for the call.
As we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. An exceptional performance so far from James Harden.
He had a fast pass to the lane that first half, got inside on demand.
Now, this guy is such a good finisher on the move, and so far, the defense has not been able to counter it.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Third quarter action getting rolling right now, brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Here's who's on the floor. So on the floor for Minnesota, Russell is out there with Edwards. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Vanderbilt in at the 4 slot. And here's Towns. James Harden getting it to go from deep. Here's Edwards. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Edwards got 6. Greg, not all drafts are the same in terms of talent. 2019 was a year to remember.
No doubt about it. I mean, transcendent talent at the top. You think of Zion and Ja, both could be future league MVPs. And the irony is that those 2 guys were teammates in high school. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure is right.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board. And I don't mean style points.
Well, Kyrie Irving has such a good sense of when his teammates are going to create an opportunity, and he puts the pass on time and on target.
Now here's Towns. Russell finds Towns. Takes a 3. Edwards can't hit. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Harris passes to Big Red. Basket is good. The assist from Harris. Big Red's got his second basket of the night.
Boy, that's 3 for 4 this half. You like that they're starting with a little bit of extra energy. Nice.
Passes to Edwards. Fades away. That shot is off. So Brooklyn will take it the other way. Next up for them, the Knicks coming out here to play. That'll be the latter half of this 2-game homestand.
And Doris, last season for Kyrie Irving, really one of waiting. No Durant on the year to play off of. And then Kyrie's season with the Nets was cut short due to injury.
Well, second surgery for Irving in the last 3 years. You obviously hope he and KD can stay healthy and try to revitalize this Nets organization. Irving is so excited about being on the court. The NBA misses him when he's not playing. Let's hope he stays healthy.
First one falls for him.
Well, an NBA champion. That's what we can say about Kyrie Irving. This guy embraces the challenges and loves the spotlight.
Dinwiddie is checked in for Joe Harris. And the Timberwolves also making a change. Noel's checked in. Both free throws good from Kyrie Irving. Timberwolves trail by 18. Here's Noel. He is still scoreless so far in this one. Makes it off the glass.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Irving with it. Outside, KD. From outside the arc. Here's Big Red. Nice work on the board. He's paying off with the basket. Big Red's got 4 points in the quarter.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
Russell passes to Hernan Gomez. The Timberwolves working the ball around now. Dishes it to Russell. High, arcing shot, and the layup is good. Russell's got 16 points.
When D'Angelo Russell has that offensive game working, you just want to play through him.
Back to Durant. Pass to Dinwiddie. There's the triple. 5 on the clock. A rebound by the Timberwolves. Vanderbilt's got 5 rebounds tonight. Hernan Gomez in the corner. Pass to Towns. shoots over Dinwiddie. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
Now, Karl Anthony Towns reading the situation and finding an opportunity in the mid-range.
Outside Durant. Harden draws the double. Inside. KD with the bucket. 10 points for him.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
And the Timberwolves call time. You gotta like what Harden has done in this game so far.
Guys, you have got to find a way to slow this man down. This is a great timeout.
So for the Nets, Jordan comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Bruce Brown in for James Harden. Timberwolves also changing it up. Reed's checked in, and Aldridge is subbed in for Juan Hernangomez. Now the pass to Big Red, and DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
And the definition of teamwork right there on that alley-oop.
And Greg, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder. Yeah. Now, here is Russell. 16 points for him, and stolen by Kyrie Irving. Passes it to Brown. And he gets the whistle for the 3-second call. Let's take another look at the staunch defense during that mobile one block.
Determined to protect the lead with the all-out effort defensively. Superb anticipation on the block.
Edwards, he's checked in for Minnesota. Timberwolves trail by 18. Pass to Reed. We've got 1:08 left in the third. Now here's Jordan. 10 points for him. Here's Big Red. And no good. The Timberwolves have gotten 5 of 8 shots to fall for them in the third quarter. A nice 62% from the field. And it's Rubio penetrating. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Going to the line will be Rubio. Just gets fouled on that sneaky drive.
It's his first trip to the line.
Shooting 2.
And the first one drops.
Now, this is one of the most talked about international players ever, and I think Rubio just needs to stay healthy and keep working on that shot.
The Nets making a switch here. Harris is checked in. Both free throws good from Rubio.
An efficient night from the line. This is a guy who puts in the work and it pays dividends.
Dinwiddie passes to Jordan. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. Marcus Aldridge grabs the miss. And it's Russell with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Timberwolves. They trail by 16. It's off to Charlotte for him after this game as they take on the Hornets. That will conclude their brief 2-game road trip. Here's Dinwiddie after D'Angelo Russell's bucket. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Rubio against Dinwiddie. Shot clock at 5. This one for 3. They get it back. Big Red. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
impossible to stop the putback when he's got that kind of position.
Agreed, Greg. Let him get his hands on it inside and finish it off.
How about the activity level, the effort level? This team right now feeding off his energy.
And so it's Brooklyn in command with a 16-point lead as the buzzer sounds. And we'll see if they can keep up their tremendous shooting they've been dialed in so far from the field. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Nothing better than chemistry, right? Working together to create a bucket.
And there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter, but stranger things have happened. Joe Harris is out there with Big Red. Then it's Harden. Then it's Jordan. And it's Dinwiddie in at the 1. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn.
Well, after hitting one triple in the first half, it's been all radio silent since.
Superb at finishing through contact. Harden is just so elusive and creative on those strong drives.
Now Rubio. Greg, how special was it for you that you had your number 50 retired at UNLV?
You know, that's something I can honestly say. As a kid, you dream about a lot of things, winning, you know, playing at the highest levels. That's something I never really fathomed, is to have your jersey hanging up in an arena. That was a surreal moment, a really cool moment, and it was awesome to be able to share it with my family and friends.
And people probably don't know that you grew up in Las Vegas, so it was probably doubly special, wasn't it?
Exactly, born and raised.
You can see why they go to this guy so often. More often than not, he's going to be very efficient like he is right here.
And that one is good.
Well, the balance that Ricky Rubio has, even under duress, stays calm and finds a way to score it.
Rubio against Dinwiddie. Here's Big Red. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. And the Nets lead by 21.
This guy is cooking right now. He is leading them on the offensive end as they remain in front here.
Pass to Aldridge. Outside, Russell. We know, Greg, the NBA is full of superstars, yet you can foul out of the game after 6 personal fouls, and some have suggested instead just tacking on an extra free throw when a player commits their 6th+ foul, and then they stay in the game.
You know, I think something along those lines could make sense. No doubt it's tough to see the marquee player riding the bench because it's not just the 6th foul, right? In some coaches, you pick up 2 in the first quarter, you're done for the quarter. You pick up a 3rd in the second, you're done for the half.
Yes.
So I would like to see something, but I think it's got to also be fair. Maybe you get free throws and another possession. Maybe something along those lines might be in the best interest of the game.
I like that. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Here's Reed, guarded by Jordan. Shot to stop the run. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
The pass to Big Red. The 3. Reed with the rebound. Minnesota's gone 0-3 so far in the fourth quarter from long range. Dinwiddie against Rubio. Passes to Russell from deep. It's hauled in by DeAndre Jordan. Jordan's got 5 rebounds tonight. Big Red passes to Dinwiddie. Here's Big Red. From the line. No bucket, and that miss is number 6. He's made 7. To the paint. Here's Edwards. Unable to get that one. The Nets go the other way with it. And here are the Nets. Big run right now going for him, 11-2. Pass to Big Red from deep three-point range. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. Dinwiddie's got his third assist on the night. Big Red's gone 2 for 3 from deep. Harden against Russell. Doris, you and I know the quality of play in the NBA bubble was terrific. And some people have said a lack of travel a possible reason why. The league, we think, looking at ways to reduce travel moving forward.
Exactly, Kevin. And one option on the table is the, quote, series model. You see it in baseball, where you play consecutive games against a single opponent. So what about the states with multiple teams, New York or California? Can you play all of those teams in one trip? This not only preserves players, but it also cuts travel expenses, something the league is looking hard at.
So both teams making some changes here.
One shot.
And it's Rubio with the ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Nets.
This was a team performing to its fullest capability.
A hugely satisfying win, a game that not many will soon forget. And on the other side, one that I think most will try to forget.
And so with this, they'll end up with their second win on the year.
And so they'll take the first game of the season series, a team they'll only see twice. They're certainly happy to start it off with a win.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Big Red.
What a selfless effort tonight. He's done such a great job finding guys in their appropriate spots.
Pass to Okogie. Rubio outside, down to 5 on the shot clock. From deep. That shot missing.
And all you got to do is look at the rebounding margin as to why they hold the lead.
Well, they've absolutely dominated that category in this one, and it's reflected in the score.
And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. They poured it on tonight, dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved every minute of it.
And, you know, this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, being here at home, no doubt helps, and the execution was flawless.
It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thank you very much, Blake. Another good night of work offensively. How does the team build on this?
Just keep that rhythm. You know, we're not always going to hit shots every night. Some nights the shots aren't going to fall. So just keeping that rhythm, keeping the ball moving, talking on defense, and relying on each other.
Congrats on a great win, Blake. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, David, great job. Thanks so much. And that about wraps it up. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan along with our terrific 2K Sports crew, thanking you for tuning in. We'll see you next time.
On Wednesday, head to Dime Time. Here, you'll work with the community to reach the assist goal. If the goal is met, all participants will earn VC. Next weekend, celebrate the 4th of July.
The borough of Brooklyn is the location for the Knicks. A polished game and a will to win. That's what R.J. Barrett brings to the table. His team will lean on his leadership as they get ready for the Battle of Manhattan versus Brooklyn at Barclays Center. Knicks, Nets, up next on 2K Sports. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Tuesday night edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. Joined in the booth with Greg Anthony and Brent Barry, this is Kevin Harlan. Our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. And now, in the first half of December, more games under our belt. The power rankings starting to take shape. Taking a look at Brooklyn, they still have a firm hold on that second spot. Strong place to be.
And I think for the Knicks, they're obviously trending in a positive direction, but still working out some of those early season timing issues. But I have to say, I like what I'm seeing.
And David Aldridge is standing by for our pregame report. David, good evening.
Kevin, thanks. With the new G League Pathway program, some say that the NBA is competing now with college hoops for top high school players. G League President Sharif Abdur-Rahim said, "I don't think so. This is an opportunity for unique talents, a select group that are tracking toward the NBA. It's a different model from college. Guys, we'll see how this works out in the years to come."
DA, thanks a lot. Greg, at the beginning of every season, we'd love to see players that have worked on something during the offseason that they now have added to their game in the new season.
No doubt about it, Kevin. You know, the work doesn't end when the season ends. If you're trying to improve your skill set, or if you're trying to just put on muscle, that kind of stuff needs to be done during the break. You need to have an assessment in the off right after the season. Hey, where can I get better? And then you spend the off season on that challenge.
Season never really ends. So a look at our starters for the Knicks. It's Randall and Robinson at the 4 and the 5. Then there's Elfrid Payton. Then it's Barrett. And for Brooklyn, we've got Harden. Big Red out there with Durant. Then there's Irving. And it's Harris in at the 3 spot. And so it's Durant with it. He'll bring it up for the net. The quick look, no good that time. Now the pass to Payton. Down low, quickly. Howard down after the assist. Let him into the lane.
Elfrid Payton scanning the floor, taking a look, taking a picture. He likes what he saw there.
Here's Durant. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. It's on Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, good job to take it right at the D.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
At the line for 2.
Shoot 2.
The free throw drops for Durant.
Kind of tough to be a big wing in the LeBron James era. You're constantly compared to what it is he does, but Durant has risen to that challenge and uniquely qualified to be an elite player.
Durant hits them both.
Well, when he gets into a groove at the free throw line, it doesn't just last for tonight. This might be 2 weeks, 2 months, something like that.
Payton finds Barrett. Poke loose. Here's the break. And a wide open look for Irving. Money from the wing.
Such a remarkable scorer. Kyrie has such a quick trigger. The D has no chance there.
Here's Payton. The rebound by the Nets. They're coming off that win against Minnesota.
And it's just never easy to get stops in this league, but they had a smart game plan defensively, and I felt like that was the difference.
Well, good defensive game plan and then carrying it out for 48 minutes. That really helped them out in that last game.
Now here's Randall.
Still searching out their offensive game right now. 1 of 5 from the field to start this one.
Durant kicks to Harden. Irving for 3. That one doesn't go. And New York the other way now. Their last game, a win against San Antonio, looking to carry that into this one.
Yeah, and with most of the arena against them, they just banded together and trusted one another to make the right play.
Yeah, and in that game, it turned into a massive scoring night. It wasn't so much about the game plan as it was establishing early confidence to get that win. There's a tremendous demand in the NBA right now for the kind of build that R.J. Barrett gives you at that guard position. So sturdy, so strong, and he has a chance to be one of the best guards in the league for many years to come.
And he can't get the first one. And Brent, some breathless comparisons for R.J. Barrett. People throwing out names like Grant Hill and Tracy McGrady.
I mean, that's a ton of optimism around names like that, but this young player has a drive and a will, and I think he has the kind of composure to show you what he's made of. And if it reaches anywhere near those other players, Kevin, he's going to have one heck of a career.
And Bones, when you look at R.J. Barrett, what's the next step in his game?
So if the next stage offensively, GA, is that he's got better shot selection overall and a bit more consistency from the three-point line, then it's about setting a tone and taking on the defensive challenge every night. That's what a good leader can do, and this team is looking for one.
And here is Peyton following the 3 from Kevin Durant. Here's Randall. That's in, coming off an assist from Peyton.
The muscle and the intensity there from Randall showing off, and he converts through contact.
We're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. New York trailing, and here we go. Fast break. Peyton's got it. Barrett, no good.
The defense ready for him on that possession. They had to be, because he is so strong in the paint.
They get it back, throws it down despite the man right in his face. A chance here for a three-point play.
That is a product of pure effort, guys.
I agree, and that's nothing new coming from him, GA. He loves going to work on the rebounding, going to work on the board.
Stick with fundamentals there. Shot goes up, box out, or he'll destroy you.
Looking at who's out there now for the Nets. Jordan, he's checked in for Durant. Brown comes in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
Greg, we have a league of many great playmakers, don't we?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. LeBron James is obvious. You know, he played point guard technically for the first time last season, but he's always been a floor general. You look at a young man like John Morant, and he's been on the attack since day one when he hit the league. And there's so many more of those guys that are having an impact, understanding the value of that lead guard position. It is fun to watch.
It is so fun to watch, I agree.
And as he gets older, we've seen Derrick Rose coming out of his shell a bit more. Early in his career, he was wary of strangers and the media.
And he knocks down the first one. And growing up, Derrick Rose protected by his family from the dangers of Chicago. Then, Greg, after starring at the University of Memphis, he was drafted by his hometown Bulls.
Anointed a savior from day one. And you talk about a life under the microscope. Sports writers picking him apart, rabid fans wanting a piece. In a lot of ways, it's probably better for him not playing in Chicago.
Harden against Burks. Three-pointer. And James Harden with the 3.
And defensively, you got to respect Harden's ability to drive. That just makes him exponentially more difficult to guard out at the line.
Now here's Noel. It's tipped. Here's Rose. And it's blocked by Jordan. But he stays with it. Hands are the ball out of bounds. Jordan touched it last. His shot was hindered by that momentous mobile one block.
Some intimidation right away. Got to show those shooters you're going to be there all night long.
Lock at 6. Rose against Dinwiddie.
In building this lead, they've done a terrific job finishing their defensive sequences with the backboard. That has been key.
And the basket by Harden.
And right now, they're just focused on putting together good possession.
That's exactly how they got the lead. They ended up having multiple possessions in a row with good quality shots, knocked them down, and the game is fully in their control.
And that one's good. Noel.
And that was the play to make. Rose making the right read.
Nets leading by 6. Here's Harden, and Harden with the stuff.
Oh, taking it to the rack with power.
Hammering down the two-hand slam. The Knicks shooting a lowly 30% to start this game out. Dinwiddie against Rose. There's a minute left in the first. Off with the layup. And the Nets with possession. They're on a 17-7 run. Pops it up for Jordan. Up high to stuff the alley-oop.
Well, determined that time to get to the rim, anticipating the pass, and a rim rocker.
Barrett against Brown. Barrett, no good. Brooklyn's gone 2 or 3 from deep so far in this game. Griffin passes to Dinwiddie. Shot from the top of the key. Knicks with the rebound. 5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Burks against Harden. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. This is his first chance at the line tonight. He's off on the first. He hits the second from the line. Here is Harden. He has 7. Up and in on the layup. Harden's got 9.
Excellent all-around performance so far, hence the big lead.
Well, if I was baking up a lead, I'd add 2 ingredients. One would be playing smart. The other one, playing selfless. They've done that tonight. Serve it up.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets. Their lead at 11 points to end the quarter. Their defense has been active and effective. We've got more NBA basketball coming your way in just a minute. And it seems like players are constantly changing teams. Here is Spencer Dinwiddie discussing the effects of that.
As a team, as a unit, as a roster, we've had a lot of turnover, and so we're all adjusting and getting used to playing together and building that chemistry and that foundation.
Greg Dinwiddie, one of those players who seems to adapt to any situation.
I mean, he's versatile, total team player, will do whatever is asked of him. He's really emerged after being picked in the 2nd round a few years ago.
And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And the Nets have been rolling right along here, haven't they?
stingy on the defensive end in that first quarter. They were just getting up into people.
Just a great job, really, of making the game ugly, trying to muck it up a little bit out there.
Griffin is out there with DeAndre Jordan. Then there's Brown. Then it's Durant. And it's Dinwiddie in at the point. That's the Nets 5 as we get into the second quarter. That's good from Blake Griffin. Greg, you were drafted 12th overall by the New York Knicks and then 2nd overall by the Grizzlies in the expansion draft. So you've had a very unique view of being in that position in 2 different settings.
Yeah, I mean, 2 very different cities, but really each beautiful in its own way. The New York draft, obviously coming out of college, that was like a dream come true to go and play for Pat Riley and then get the opportunity to go and be a part of a brand new team in a new country, if you will, was also a really cool experience as well.
I hope we can take a petition started by you and me to get the NBA back in Vancouver. I miss
and
going
Seattle,
to
right? Let's get back in both those cities.
Exactly. Irving passes to Dinwiddie. Six to shoot. The shot, no good. Now the Knicks take it the other way. They're getting their first look of the season at the Nets in this one.
Yeah, 2 conference rivals. I mean, they'll play each other a total of 4 times this season.
And guys, this first meeting always sort of sets the tone for how the rest of the season series will play out. For teams that know each other this well, this initial game is a big one.
Irving from long range. That drops. And it comes off an assist from Griffin. Irving's got 5 now.
Yeah, you don't want to leave people open when Blake Griffin has vision of the floor. He exploited the hole in the defense that time.
Harris passes to Dinwiddie, and that one is hammered home.
Not the kind of aggressive defense they need to cut into the lead.
Yeah, you have to protect the rim, Greg, a little better.
Good job to recognize the opportunity. That's just very solid offense.
Back to Rose. To the middle, Robinson, and Durant sends it back.
Wow, the large wingspan of Durant on full display. What a block there.
And Griffin scores. The assist by Irving. Griffin's got 4 this quarter.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Harris against Burks. Back to Rose, and they get it. And the Knicks miss again.
A slight rebound advantage for them. 1 more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
On the sideline, let's catch up with Hall of Famer David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, thank you and good evening. The Knicks made changes in coaching and the front office since the start of last season. But the question is, can they move forward? Their last winning season was back in 2013. Amidst the frenzy that is the media in New York, they'd like to make headlines going forward for all the right reasons this time. Kevin?
Thank you, David.
And Kyrie doing a good job of just setting everybody up, making sure there's a great pace and tempo to each possession offensively.
And the Knicks decide to take their first time out here.
Trying to snap them out of this little slump.
Well, they can't find the net right now, and all they need, I think, is just to get 1 to go, get back on track.
So for the Nets, Big Red comes in for Blake Griffin, and it's James Harden in for Dinwiddie. R.J. Barrett's checked in for the Knicks. Elfrid Payton comes in for Derrick Rose. Robinson kicks to Barrett. Payton passes to Robinson. He dishes it to Barrett. Can they get it? And it's sent back by KD. Whistle blows. Bucket is good. And he'll have a chance at the line to make it a three-point play.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They keep getting it in the paint and continue to score consistently.
Brooklyn shooting the 6th attempt at the free throw line tonight.
And they were 75% from the line a season ago.
DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Joe Harris. Taj Gibson's checked in for the Knicks. Nerlens Noel comes in for Julius Randle.
Mind the lane. Mind the lane. One shot.
On the free throw, no good. Craigie, we hear this a lot. It's almost too popular now to say good offense beats good defense. Being a defensive-minded player yourself, do you agree with that statement?
Absolutely, Kevin. And the thing is, in today's game, when I played, there was an era, you could hold teams in the 80s and 90s. You could go a quarter and keep them at 12, 15 points. You can't do that now. It's different. You've got to be able to win stretches of 2 and 3 minutes. And honestly, you're right. The offense does dictate far more, but it doesn't discount the importance of defense. And if you still look at the reigning champs and the teams that have won titles recently, that's still one area that they're consistent in is their defensive approach.
The Nets making a switch here. Brown's checked in.
One shot.
And with the frequency of three-point shots skyrocketing, Greg, does the drastic change concern you? And should something be done to lessen the dependence these teams have on three?
It's crazy. I mean, we're starting to see teams take more threes than twos. Some have said maybe limit fouls on three-pointers to only 2 free throws. That might eliminate some of the flopping on those long-range attempts, but I really feel like this is the evolution of the game, and that three is going to be vital.
Time call here. The Knicks decide to talk it over.
And they're allowing too many points in the paint. Coach is going to let them hear about it.
Yeah, coach knows that. They know that. In the timeout, they're going to hear about it, make the adjustment.
How he performed last season. Last season put up about 9 points a game, 4 assists and 4 rebounds, and he can play some valuable minutes on the wing for this team.
I just want to kick back and lounge here because when this guy's hot, it's a love story. And when he's cold, it's a nightmare. So sit back, get your popcorn. Let's see what he does.
Here's Barrett. And the Knicks miss again.
The edge on the glass is the difference. It's allowed them to build this lead.
Kept alive. Big Red. And there's the bucket. Staying with it on the offensive glass, getting it done. Big Red's got his 3rd basket of the night right there. Outside Gibson. Pass to Barrett. They get a hand on it, and it's out of bounds to New York. They'll retain possession. And the upcoming schedule for Brooklyn. On Thursday, they'll be taking on Jonas Valanciunas and the Memphis Grizzlies. Then on Sunday, they'll head back home to host the Indiana Pacers.
And in that matchup with the Pistons, It's the second game of a back-to-back, and you know they're going to be feeling the effects of it. Playing that much basketball in that short amount of time really takes a toll. And after that solid opening quarter, you can see now he is definitely starting to cool off.
Well, Jordan's such a great dunker. Some of the jams he has are completely jaw-dropping.
32 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Quickly lays it up off the glass.
And those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten here in the first half.
KD looking around. Out left to the wing, pulls up from the corner, and he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. And it's 9 points for Big Red.
Of course, Kevin Durant, one of the game's greatest scorers of all time, but his ability within this offense to make plays, elevating the team.
And so it's the Brooklyn Nets having no problems at all. Up 29 points heading into the next quarter. A look at the field goal percentage numbers tells the story of what tough defense they're playing today. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Kevin, thanks. New Orleans, you guys had a tough time stopping their offense in the first half. What do you have to do differently?
You know, we got to protect the paint. They're getting way too many easy baskets. You know, that's us communication on front and the post and, you know, just communicating a lot more.
We'll see if those changes stick. Thanks for your time. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow right here on 2K Sports.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. This home crowd is elated about what they've seen so far. I'm Ernie Johnson. That's Shaquille O'Neal. That's Kenny Smith. James Harden led the way in the first half. He had 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Tonight isn't an exception as looking back at his last few games, he's been stringing together some incredible performances. Kenny, your thoughts on the Nets' first half?
Yet again, we're seeing the offensive brilliance of James Harden, able to see openings develop before they actually happen. And when you have that kind of anticipation, it makes you nearly unguardable.
Shaq, what did you think about New York?
Well, they're obviously facing a hot shooting team tonight. That combined with a lackluster effort on defense, recipe for disaster. Without major improvements defensively, this game is OVA, over.
And it's just about time now for the third quarter to get underway.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. An exceptional performance so far from James Harden.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
And you want these kind of nights where you can start to see those openings before they happen.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Here's who Tom Thibodeau is starting the second half with. Barrett and Randall are in the forward position. Then it's Mitchell Robinson. Then there's Payton.
Well, he's professional in everything that he does. Durant recognizes that opportunity and turns pro.
Payton against Irving. Now here's Payton. He's gotten some minutes, but nothing on the board yet. Clock at 6. Bounce pass from Randall. And Robinson gets it to go on the assist from Randall.
Well, he's a physical big down low, and I think he expects this kind of traffic around him as Mitchell Robinson comes through.
Here's KD. That one is good. He's only missed one shot of his 6 taken on the floor.
They're finding lanes to the hoop now with consistency. 5 buckets in a row from the paint. And a physical presence is former Kentucky Wildcat Julius Randle. But he's got some mobility to go along with it, able to move and attack in transition. Yeah, good job trying to get a hand in the face, but you've got to be more careful.
You know, people have talked about Julius Randle's game. He's a power driver, isn't he, Greg? I mean, the guy just bulldozes all the way in.
I like that phrase, Kev. You know, very fluid for his size. A pretty good ball handler and passer. I think his shooting is where he's still filling in the gaps.
3 shots.
And he hits the first of 3.
Barrett, just one of those guys who you can see the competitive drive that he has. He's a hungry player. He's young. And there's no doubt he's going to get better.
Joe Harris is checked in for Brooklyn. And a switch here also for New York. Rose is checked in. And the second free throw, good. And he nails the third. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for Brooklyn. And following this game, they'll challenge the Grizzlies on the road at the FedEx Forum in Memphis. That'll be just one game played away from home for them.
All right, a chance to check out stats for Harden. Coming off a terrific season. First in scoring, 5th in steals, and he ranked in the top 10 in assists. An incredible knack for drawing defenders and finding the open man.
And his unmatchable instincts for scoring the basketball. That's what made him #1 last year. You can't stop him, and you can't even really contain him. That's good from Durant. The Nets making a switch here. Dinwiddie's checked in. Burks, he's checked in for New York. And both free throws good for Durant. And so it's New York with it. Pass to Burks. Rose dishes to Robinson. New York moving it around.
How about that? The big man, Mitchell Robinson, able to find a teammate.
Brooklyn's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. Passes it to Durant. It's stolen by Rose. Burks for 3. Traps in the tray. Burks has got 8.
Well, the talk at halftime must have been a good one. Right now, 3 straight buckets to start the quarter.
He muscles it in through the contact, and they call the foul. And he's on his way to the free throw line.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
The Nets have knocked down 8 of 9 free throw attempts. I'd say those numbers read pretty well. Griffin's checked in for Kevin Durant. And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. And here's Rose. The pass to Randle. And Griffin sends it back.
So Griffin using the vertical on defense. That's a scary thought.
Count it, good. 14 points for Big Red.
I'm not sure what the coach said at halftime, but whatever it did, it's lit a fire. They're now 4 of 4 from the field to start their offense here in the second half. He's not the reason that they're trailing in this one. He's been on his game. It's a few of the other guys that need to pick it up.
Here's Big Red, guarded by Robinson. Irving from long range. Drains it from beyond the arc. He's got 8.
He's seeing everything right now. Fantastic job pulling the trigger when he's open.
Rose in the post. He's covered by Irving. Basket, good.
Yeah, the D has not been able to keep the ball out of the paint at that end of the floor.
Down low. That one's not going to go. Some solid defense from Robinson.
Well, the Knicks fans looking for any ray of hope, and it doesn't have to come at the hands of high-level draft choices. Mitchell Robinson is one of those young players right now for them who's showing a ton of promise.
Here's Irving. Drops in the layup for 2. Irving's got 10.
He has created some terrific opportunities for himself and really made the most of it.
Here's Rose. And he drops in the layup off the glass. And Robinson, a second-round pick for the Knicks. Brett, he has been a steal.
I agree with you. He started playing basketball in 8th grade, so you wonder how much more unlimited and untapped potential does Mitchell Robinson have at this position.
Here's Big Red. Randall with some nice D. The Knicks have gotten nearly everything to drop this quarter. They're 7 of 8 from the floor since halftime. 1:43 left in the third quarter of the game. Misses from close range. Nails the wide open jump shot. Big Red's got 7 points here in this quarter.
Not just the accuracy in the quarter, it's his movement and the energy that's getting him on this nice roll.
Robinson up top, Dinwiddie covering. Goes up at the stripe. That one wide left.
And this feels like it's snowballed a little bit on them. The more he tries to shoot his way out of this slump, the worse it seems to get. They need him to get it together.
Absolutely the prettiest play in basketball, executed to perfection.
I don't think you'd get an argument there. Everybody loves the alley-oop. Pass to Barrett. Lobbed up there for Robinson. Hammers the alley-oop through.
Yeah, throw it anywhere you want. Mitchell Robinson knows what to do.
Rose against Irving. Passes it to Big Red. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got his 5th assist in this one.
As hot as he's been this quarter, the game plan is simple, folks. Get him the ball and get out of the way.
Barrett kicks to Burks. Pass to Randall. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Randall's got 8 points.
The defense not putting up any fight on the inside. They've allowed 10 straight points in the paint.
Here's Irving. Offensive rebound. Big Red. And it's Brooklyn scoring again.
Well, he doesn't look satisfied with the lead right now. He wants more, and he looks like he's going to get it.
Here's Rose. Oh, and the jam by Rose.
And one of the all-time high risers at the point guard position, Derrick Rose can still throw it down.
The 3 quarters of play all in the books, and this one all but over already. Nets out in front, delivering the blowout. And right after this, we'll bring you the start of the final quarter right here on 2K Sports. And we reach the 4th quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. New York shooting a mediocre 41% in this one. All right, now a chance to set the floor courtesy of Gatorade. 4th quarter action, all fueled up and ready to go. And Brooklyn, looking who they've got. We've got Gerald Green, Big Red out there with Jordan. Then there's Brown, and it's Harden in at the 1. A fantastic mobile 1 block. This one deserves another look.
And guys, that's about as good a defensive play as you'll see. Instant reaction to get a hand to the shot.
Here's Ntilikina, guarded by Harden. The pass to Knox, just 5 on the clock. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. It's going to be on DeAndre Jordan.
Sign of maturation here as Knox showing ways in which he can draw fouls.
Game continues to evolve, Greg. Any changes in particular that you do not like?
That's a great question. You know, I'd like to see the replay review streamlined a little bit better.
Take a break.
I wouldn't mind a touch more physicality being allowed in the game, but as much as we tend to complain, the one thing I have learned is if you're honest, you go back, we always complain. I don't care what the era is. Nobody's ever truly happy. And I'm not going to spend all my time worrying about that stuff, partner. I'm just going to enjoy the game that we are all so fortunate enough to be able to watch.
Totally agree. Good on both.
And even though they're down, they are putting on a show at the free throw line.
Brooklyn's gone 5 of 8 from three-point land. 15 points and a deep ball for them tonight. Brown the pass to Harden. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. So it's Ntilikina who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. Pass to Knox. Pass to Noel. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
And remember, an early part of the process in Philadelphia, it's taken Noel a little time to define his role in the league.
The length and athleticism is just something that you can't teach, and that keeps people intrigued about Nerlens Noel. His skill set continues to be a work in progress, but there's been some signs of a turn for Noel now.
He misses the free throw. A lot of big decisions have fallen on Adam Silver's shoulders, the commissioner of the NBA. And Greg, I think you and I agree, by all accounts, he has succeeded with flying colors. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
No doubt about it. I mean, I don't know that you could have had a better person for the times. Adam Silver is to be commended, but I think also appreciated, not just from the players and the owners, but I think our fans should also appreciate who he is as a person. I've often said that commissioners typically work for the owners. He's the one commissioner, no matter the sport, that I've always felt like was a partner of the players as well.
Pass to Gibson. And there's the pass to Knox.
They've won the rebound battle so far, and it's translated to the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's not just about stopping the offense in the scouting report. It's about knowing where to be when those shots are going to be missed, and they're doing a nice job on the rebounding.
Yeah, the defender all over him.
At the line, your next, Bruce Brown.
And he makes the first.
And if they continue, Kevin, their outstanding free throw shooting, that'll help them seal the deal.
Toppin, he's checked in for Nerlens Noel. And Brown drops them both. Something that we all dealt with after the suspension of play last year, missing basketball. Brent, any thoughts on having the sport you love halted midseason?
Well, I've thought about that for over a decade, Kevin, having had to stop playing basketball altogether. But certainly all of these guys and women who did not get a chance to continue their seasons last year had time to understand just how important the game is to them, and also the way they can impact the change that they want to see come with their platform.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First free throw is good.
And one of the problems in the first half, that shoddy work at the free throw line. They needed to fix that, and they've been much improved since the break.
Here's what Brooklyn's going with right now. Nicholas Claxton comes in for DeAndre Jordan. And Landry Shamet subbed in for James Harden. That one misses.
Kevin Knox got a ton of experience in his rookie year playing for the New York Knicks. The 9th overall pick in 2018 out of Kentucky. Played nearly 30 minutes a game. That's a lot of minutes to try to understand your game at the pro level and then what you need to work on.
The Nets need to get a shot off here. And out of bounds as the Knicks gain possession.
Knicks ball.
Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Ntilikina passes to Toppin. Gibson with it. Just his first attempt. And he overshot that one, missing.
Yeah, and they've shown effort and aggression in the paint, really right from the tip. Their rebounding edge right now, massive.
To the inside. Claxton with the bucket.
And Matador defense, that's one of the easiest shots he is ever going to see.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
Pass to Bullock. Shoots. They get it again. Gibson, no good with the layup.
Well, he creates such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go. Even with the defense, not really a factor.
Passes to Shamet. The dish to Green. Pass to Brown. Over Gibson. And it's Brown missing.
Not a bad shot from the mid-range. The D's giving it to him, and he's usually got an eye in that kind of range.
Ntilikina passes to Gibson. It's hauled in by Brown. And so Brown will bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Here in the fourth, they've allowed just 4 points.
And Green getting off the floor there for the dunk. Really like watching him sky up for those.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
1:44 left in the fourth. Shamet with it to the paint. Here's Claxton. Great pass to set up the lay-in.
The defense so concerned with Shamet and his shot-making ability, he makes the play that time.
There's the pass to Bullock. And taken away by Brown.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout, big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for Brooklyn.
And as one-sided as it gets today, you know, there were some dominant moments in about every facet of this game for that team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, it's hard to think of what didn't go right for them. Game planning by the coaches, execution by the players, everything was just on target.
And every win important. And this one will go down as win number 3.
And against a conference opponent, always good to take that first win of the season series to establish a psychological edge.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Big Red.
It looked like a couple times they might be wearing him down, but not the case. At the offensive end, he was just devastating.
Both shots good from the stripe. And with the bubble in last year's postseason, Brent, we got to see just how much home court advantage meant. Anything jump out to you about that?
You know, as great an idea and the execution was, Kevin, of the virtual fans being there, not being there physically, to hear the noise of the crowd and to get that atmosphere going, to have to travel to foreign territory where you're the enemy. Just home court went away completely last year. When we saw that, it was indicative in the records last year. They had a losing one.
Bullock dishes to Toppin. Knocks the pass to Ntilikina. Now here's Bullock. Pass to Nilikina. Shot clock at 6. To stop the run. Offensive rebound. Toppin, good.
That's a testament to the effort there on the boards. Never willing to give up on the possession, finding ways to sniff out the ball.
Here's Shamet. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense. Potency from an offensive standpoint as well. They were pretty much dominant.
And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thank you, Kevin. DeAndre, what do you think this team's identity is this season?
You know, we just have so many guys that can score. It's going to be somebody's night every night, like I keep saying. But we're also, our half-court offense is getting a lot better.
The ball is moving around, DeAndre. Thanks for your time. Kevin?
All right, David, thank you. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Brett Berry, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan along with our 2K Sports crew. We'll see you next time.
In this episode of 2K TV, we'll be announcing the 2K21
Sports presents Thursday night of the NBA. Chris Webber is joining us at the broadcast table alongside Greg Anthony and David Aldridge on the sideline. This is Kevin Harlan. DA, take it away.
Kevin, thanks very much. James Harden has led the league in points per game the last 3 seasons. And the Beard said, honestly, it's not even about me scoring. Teams are playing me for the pass. I just try to make the best play, and whether that's scoring or passing, every game is different. Kevin, back to you.
DA, he is dangerous in both facets. He's hard to stop. So the net starting 5. We've got Durant. Kyrie Irving is out there with Harden. Then there's Harris. And it's Big Red in at the center, locking down the middle. And for Memphis, Jackson and Valanciunas, they're in the middle. Then there's Kyle Anderson. Then it's Morant. And it's Melton in at the shooting guard position. And looking at teams with first-year coaches, Chris, how long does it usually take to get up to speed with the new system?
Well, it depends, Kevin. I mean, with veteran teams, it might be a little faster. Young squads, they take a little more time.
He'll be the Nets off the tip. Irving with it. Passes it to Harris. Here's the teardrop. And he lays it up and in.
And it's all about the release when you shoot the floater.
Morant kicks to Anderson. Back to Morant. Outside Jackson for three. Offensive rebound. Back to Morant. And a miss there on the triple. And here comes Harden, leading the fast break. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
Oh, what hustle from Harden. Just sprinting down the floor in transition, finding a great shot as a result.
Here's Morant. A rebound by the Nets.
That's not the type of opportunity he fails to convert very often.
The shot's good. Harden's got 5 now.
And right out of the gates, they are locked and loaded. 3 straight scores early.
Morant outside. And the pass to Valanciunas. 6 on the shot clock. A fadeaway. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Valanciunas.
And add Valanciunas to the list of traditional bigs who are trying to stretch out their games. Last year, he shot more threes per contest than in any other season. And he actually hit them in a decent clip.
Harden outside. Durant just inside the line. Offensive rebound, Nets. Count the basket.
And early on, they've been nearly perfect from the floor. Just the one miss here on their first 5 attempts. And even though Valanciunas has added the 3-ball to his game, his value to this team really lies elsewhere.
Well, yes, yeah. He better know where his bread is buttered and stay in his lane. There's no question he's there to be a space eater. Look, think about it. He gives you high-level rebounding, efficient scoring inside. But if he wants more minutes on the floor, the improved jump shot is key for him.
Every time they get scored on during this run, it's come from inside the paint.
Here's Morant. He can't get it to go. And it's the Nets taking it the other way.
The shooting numbers just aren't there yet in the quarter. Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's still early. They've expended a lot of energy, but they've also built a nice cushion here.
And what an incredible shot in the arm for this franchise. The opportunity to draft a potential superstar in Ja Morant, and they had only a 6% chance of landing that number 2 overall pick.
That's good from Morant. They've had a lot of good players come through Memphis over the years, GA, but probably no one with Morant's upside.
He has future league MVP potential. Once the 3-point shot is consistent, once he cuts back on the turnovers, I just don't know how you stop him.
Jordan, he's checked in for Harris. Both free throws, good from Morant.
You know Ja Morant, such a dynamic guard. His combination of speed and creativity makes for some tough matchups.
Inside, and the dunk by Jordan.
I like their focus coming in. Terrific execution so far.
Going for the juggler right off the bat. I mean, jumping out to an impressive early lead.
Now here's Morant. A 14-point game for him in the win against Chicago. Pass to Allen. Here's Tillman, guarded by Jordan.
That's a break for the D right there. I mean, he takes advantage of open looks inside more often than not.
Count that bucket. Big Red's got his second basket of the night.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
Well, you think defensively that you're trying to pack in the lane. I mean, but that opens up some opportunities for the shooter.
And that one's good. Morant.
Working through the lane, Morant uses change of speed to keep defenders at bay.
1:53 left to play in the first quarter. It's Jordan on the wing. Pass to Durant. And then Durant with the jam.
And every step of Durant on the drives covers so much ground. You know he's looking to finish that play with the dunk.
Here's Morant. That shot off. Good D by Irving. And again, Brooklyn running the court in transition. Here's Big Red, and that one is stuffed right through.
Attacking in transition, the most consistent way to generate easy looks.
Yeah, you can tell they love to get out and run when the opportunity is there.
So timeout called here. The first for Memphis.
Well, it's been an express lane to the rim. Coach can't be happy about that.
4 rotations. I mean, slow help and just not enough toughness on the interior. They've got a lot to talk about.
Changes for Brooklyn. Brown comes in for Kevin Durant. And Dinwiddie subbed in for James Harden. 1:12 left to play in the first. Brooks, left side. Back to Clark. And Clark slams it in.
An improved playmaker who does a solid job distributing the rock. Don't sleep on Brooks' vision.
Passes it to Dinwiddie. Uses both hands to slam it down.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
The coaching staff has to be upset. You can't give the opposition easy baskets like this.
Now here's Brown. Big Red passes to Brown. He kicks it to Jordan. Here now is Dinwiddie. 5 to shoot. Brooklyn needs to get off a shot here. And slam dunk by Jordan.
And that's a big reason why Jordan's field goal percentage is always so high, because most of his finishes come right at the rim.
Now here's Brooks. Floats one. Can't get the layup. And a double-digit lead on the scoreboard as we end the first quarter of play. Nets lead by 17. Live from the FedEx Forum, you're watching 2K Sports. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And the Nets pretty much in control here, it would seem.
Just a terrific first quarter, sparked really by their unselfishness.
Oh, yeah. Love the ball movement so far. Everything clicking at the offensive end.
The Grizzlies trail by 17. And now brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset our lineups. Setting the floor for the Nets. They've got Griffin. Big Red out there with Joe Harris. Then there's Brown, and it's Dinwiddie in at the point. That one falls.
He doesn't play around. If the buck is there for him, he's going to get it.
Brooklyn leading by 15.
And despite that funky delivery, Jackson Jr. has become one of the more lethal three-point shooters in this league, no matter the position.
And give his father a lot of credit. He and his mom. It's in his DNA. I played with his father in Washington, and he was a knockdown deadly shooter, a champion with the Spurs as well. Now, as far as Jackson Jr., he's already shooting around 40% from beyond the arc. That's an incredible number for a player his age. It makes the Grizzlies very difficult to match up with defensively.
And so here's Memphis. After the basket by Brooklyn. Shot clock at 5. Bain with the putback. And Anthony Melton picks up the foul. That is his first foul of the game. And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Valanciunas comes in for Brandon Clark. And it's Anderson in for Brooks. Nets have gone 1 of 3 to start out the second quarter. Second quarter of action, about a minute and a half played. Big Red. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. And 11 points for Big Red.
His individual effort has been outstanding tonight, and it's helped him grab the lead.
And there's the pass to Valanciunas. Brooklyn with the rebound. Big Red's got 5 rebounds tonight. Floats one up. Dinwiddie with the bucket. Dinwiddie's got his second bucket.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Ending with a basket, coming off a pretty pass.
Bain, he's covered by Brown. Some solid defense from Brown.
He's got to do a better job making the D pay for their mistakes.
Here's Harris. And good that time.
They should continue to get the ball inside. The defense struggling to contain them.
Some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, right now you just need a bucket to get some momentum.
Here's Melton. The dish to Jackson. Good on the shot. Looking at current NBA players, Greg, leaving aside the real star players, who would you love to have played with from this era?
Man, there's so many guys that, you know, and I hate to call them role players because they bring so much more to the table. But in reality, they got to fill some roles, right? And, you know, John Collins is a guy who's got great potential, a tremendous finisher around the rim. How about Robert Covington, a smooth shooter who defends his tail off? Davis Bertans, a deadly floor spacer who can put the ball down and create and make plays. So there's so many guys like that in the league that make a difference in determining whether your team can win or lose.
Boy, those are 3 names I don't know that I would have mentioned, so I'm glad you did.
Every time I had a chance to review the lineups, matchups, or call a play.
Now, that's what coaches are paid to do, right? I mean, curious to see what they go with here.
Checked in for the Grizzlies. Morant comes in for Melton. Then for the Nets, Kevin Durant comes in for Big Red. And it's James Harden in for Bruce Brown. Harden against Allen. Harden the pass to KD. Off target from outside. And here's Morant. He'll bring it up for Memphis. This game coming on the heels of their win against Chicago.
Well, it helps when your opponent makes that many mistakes. I thought that was the story of the game.
And when they kept getting all those gifts, they took advantage. Turnovers don't mean anything unless you turn them into points.
It's a chance now to catch up with the 4th member of our crew, Hall of Famer David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin. Now, John Morant says in an era of 5-star recruits, he was a no-star recruit coming out of high school. And that put that big chip on his shoulder. Now he has "beneath no one" tattooed on his arm. He says, "My dad always told me that I was trained to go. Basically, that I'm built for the moment. And guys, his time is now."
Sure is, DA. Thank you. Now here's Harden, following the miss by John Morant. Harden's shot is off.
With the D playing soft off him, he might have been better off taking it to the hoop instead of settling for the jumper.
Jackson gets the bucket.
I mean, it took him a long time to get into the flow of the game, but the points are starting to come for him now.
Pass to KD. From outside, off the mark. For Memphis, they've gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Pass to Morant. A step-back shot here. It's hauled in by Harris. Brooklyn leading by 22.
And judging Morant's game early on, I've heard a few people with Allen Iverson comparisons.
Well, put me in that number as well. That's going to be tough to fill up, but it just means he has the potential, the quickness, the athletic ability, the IQ, the handles. They're both lightning fast, slight builds, both tough. You see the explosive ability to get to the rim and finish. I'm going to ask my boy AI what he thinks about the young Ja.
The Nets shooting their first free throw of the evening. Brooklyn making some changes. Jordan, he's checked in for Griffin. And Irving subbed in for Dinwiddie.
Mind the lanes. Mind the lanes. One shot.
Harden, no good on the free throw.
The night Harden put up 60 points and had a triple-double, that was so amazing. I got to mention that's incredible.
Now here's Morant. He's got 6.
+8 in the rebound differential. One more reason why they're in control.
Here's Irving. And the layup's good off the glass.
Love how Irving mixes it up. Outside, inside. He's effective at playing to his strengths.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Harris against Brooks. Clock at 4. Lets the 3 fly. He can't get that one. And so it's Brooklyn, ahead by 26 points as we get ready for the break. They've been playing some inspired defense, giving up very few easy points. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks, Kevin. High-scoring half, Blake. What broke this game open?
It starts on defense. Our defense did a good job of getting stops, getting rebounds, and getting down the open floor, and got some easy buckets, and then shots start to fall.
Looked good in the first half, Blake. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello, basketball fans. What a pleasure it is to bring you into the 2K studios again. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith. It was a fast pace for Brooklyn at the outset. They went to work early at both ends of the floor, going on a 9-0 run to jump out in front. They came on extremely strong as the quarter was winding down, nailing all 6 of their last field goal attempts to close out the first. Then in quarter number 2, it was all hands on deck, and what a show it was. Quality execution, good efficiency, some tremendous defensive play helped them take a decisive advantage, and they're running away with this one. Kenny, your thoughts on the Nets' first half?
Well, the bench came in and helped them run away with this one. Tremendous job of getting loose, getting open, and drilling shots. You always want that spark off the bench, and these guys delivered.
And over to the big fella. Your thoughts on the Grizzlies' first half?
Well, there's no two ways around it. They got trounced on the glass and on the scoreboard. They got to show a little more fight now, though. Looks like they're not competing, and it's showing on the boards most of all.
And that'll do it for us. The third quarter about to begin with Kevin Harlan standing by. We'll catch you on the flip side.
My brother.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. It's been one outstanding game from Big Red.
The way he was able to finish on the block was incredible there in that first half.
Bringing the physicality. I mean, they kept working it to him, and he kept delivering.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Jackson and Valanciunas, they're in the middle. Then it's Morant. Then there's Kyle Anderson. And it's Melton in at the 2-guard spot. And that's the group for Taylor Jenkins as we begin the second half. Knocked away. And here we go. Brooklyn fast break.
Well, part of their game plan was to block out the noise and just stay focused.
Their poise has been tremendous. I mean, excellent at both ends, has them increasing this lead.
Passes it to Jackson. Over Irving. Jackson gets the bucket. Jackson's got 8 points.
And I like the decision making. He's taking what the defense is willing to give him.
Oh, yeah, and that's just a good read on his part. And as usual, his mid-range jumper is on point.
And he's good on the 3-ball.
And you can't leave someone open around Durant. He keeps his eyes up, makes a play for his teammate.
Morant against Irving. Plays it up and banks it in. He's got 8.
It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
You'd like to see a little more energy coming out of halftime on the defensive end.
Now, here is Irving. There's the pass to Durant. Here's Big Red. The basket good off the assist from Durant. KD's got assist number 5 here tonight.
Rock solid start for him. I mean, they're 3 for 3 since coming out of the locker room.
Timeout called, the Grizzlies. You know, Greg, you'd probably know as well as anyone, what was it like going up against the Bulls in the 90s?
You know, it's weird to say, but in a lot of ways, we were a lot like they were. Hall of Fame talent at the coach, a defensive-minded team, but the one difference was, you know, the Bulls had that guy that wore that number 23. I think I'd say that might have been the one difference.
Checked in for Joe Harris.
And here we can check out the story on Kyrie Irving. He's coming off an excellent season, putting in about 27 points a game, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds. And the phrase stats don't lie absolutely applies here. He's been a monster on the court for this team.
He's oozing with confidence. I mean, and it shows. Every time he steps on the floor, he expects to dominate.
Now, here's Valanciunas.
Oh, man, I love watching Valanciunas score the ball. He makes it look so easy, and he makes the defense feel uneasy out there.
For Memphis, they have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
2 shots.
Shooting 2.
The first free throw is good.
Whether he's starting or coming off the bench, Valanciunas is a nice piece to have. He's a big man who's a nightly double-double threat.
Dinwiddie is checked in for the Nets. Valanciunas hits them both. And so it's Dinwiddie with it. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. That game marks the first half of a quick 2-game homestand. Durant kicks to Irving. Shoots over Morant. Irving can't get it to go.
Well, that's their first miss after hitting 3 in a row to start the half. I mean, I guess it had to happen sometime.
Jackson misses.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
And out of bounds as Memphis gains possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
And we just got a second look there at the exceptional Mobile One block.
And they're determined to add to the lead, not with more offense, but with big-time D.
And Brooklyn making a change here. Griffin's checked in. For Memphis, they've gone 2 of 4 here to start the second half. Morant against Irving. And finished off by Morant.
Kicking, moving, looking for his spots. Morant slithering around the court with the ball on the string.
Now, Dinwiddie, and play stops. Whistle on what looks to be an illegal screen. You're looking at the list of the NBA's top shooters from behind the arc for the past month. Well, you look at Big Red, second in the league, extremely accurate from beyond the arc.
Sometimes a three-point shooter gets into that rhythm and just keeps carrying it over. That's been the case for him the entire month.
Now here's Morant. 10 points for him. Third quarter of basketball here, and just a little under 3.5 minutes gone by. And again, no good by Brooklyn. And it goes down 2 points. Big Red's got 10 points in the quarter.
It just seems like the more he touches it, the more the lead grows.
Morant dishes to Jackson. Memphis moving that ball around. Pass to Morant. That 3 off the mark.
And you know what? He's just not on his game, no doubt about it. Their deficit isn't totally on him, but he has not been an asset for his team.
And we've got an update here, so let's catch up with David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. The NBA continues to build international academies to develop prospects from other countries. Already, academy graduates are playing Division I college basketball. And before long, NBA players should start emerging from that pipeline. The league continues to reach out to find overlooked youngsters who have a gift and give them the opportunity. Guys?
Outstanding, David. Thank you. First free throw is good. Around the free agent race last year, for your money, Greg, who would you have rather take? Kawhi and PG, Kevin Durant and Kyrie?
Oof. Well,
wow.
I tell you what, it's a tough call. You know, Kawhi's got a couple finals MVPs. KD's got a couple. Kyrie's got a ring. It's a tough call. I mean, PG is more than capable, man. I think it's a toss-up, partner.
I agree. Yep, I'm going to agree with you. Morant passes to Clark. Unloads from 13. Brooklyn with the rebound.
They've shown some strength in the paint today. Their work on the boards has been impressive.
Round kicks to Dinwiddie. Outside Irving. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2.
Oh, the officials are all over that one.
This is his first trip to the line tonight.
Taking 2 shots.
First one falls for him. And he makes both free throws. Memphis has gone 0 of 2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Brooks outside. To the paint. Here's Clark. Blake Griffin pulls it in. And here's Griffin. He'll bring it up for Brooklyn. Here's Brown. And again, no good by Brooklyn. Grizzlies have gone a lackluster 3 of 9 from the field since halftime. Clark, the pass to Morant. The teardrop falls in. Morant's got 12 points in the game.
If you're Morant and you want to be a star point in the NBA, you have to score off the pick and roll sets.
Pass to Dinwiddie. No one near him. And again, it's the Nets missing.
Just not there from a rhythm standpoint right now. It's really eluding him.
Wasted no time on that one.
And guys, we talk all the time about making the extra pass. Clark there proving how important that concept is.
Brown finds Dinwiddie. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Here's Irving behind the back and lays it in.
And after really leaning on that three-point shot in the first half, seeming like they're just getting away from it here in the second. More of the shots coming from the interior.
Brooks outside. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. And so it's Brooklyn, having no problems at all. Up 29 points heading into the next quarter. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. We'll return shortly. How about a look at today's State Farm assist of the game?
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
This is where the NBA's headed. I mean, multi-dimensional big men. That was just a beautiful pass.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Setting the floor for the Nets. They've got Landry Shamet, Gerald Green out there with Griffin. Then there's DeAndre Jordan, and it's Harden in at the 1.
You tell me, how do you defend that? With Harden's strength and command of the Rockets, it's almost unfair.
Clark outside. Chris, we know the business of basketball is red hot. Franchise values are skyrocketing. And not only that, Chris, the NBA is America's most popular sport among those 34 and younger.
Well, yeah, it was cool, Kevin. That bodes well for the future, right? It wouldn't surprise me in the next decade or so if the NBA became the premier sport league in the U.S.
Harden, it falls for the 6th time in 7 tries this contest. That's 86%.
They're getting on a roll inside. Their last 3 field goals have come from the paint.
Now here's Winslow. Passes it to Anderson. Back to Winslow.
And all you got to do is look at the rebounding margin as to why they hold the lead.
Yeah, sure. I mean, when you take care of the backboard, you can limit teams to 1 shot.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
Starting to take over here, building a big lead that could ultimately prove insurmountable.
Clark kicks to Winslow. Great tee that time from Green. The Nets have gotten all 3 of their shots to drop here in the 4th quarter. They came out of the break on a roll. And slam dunk by Jordan.
Such incredible hops for a center. Look, it allows him to hold his own against any other 5 in the league.
Now here's Winslow, and he makes that one.
Even from that range, the floater is one of the toughest shots in the game.
Brooklyn's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here. Here's Shamet. A 3-pointer, no good.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Winslow, the pass to Anderson. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Anderson's got his first bucket in this one.
Thanks to Kyle Anderson's size advantage over most of his matchups, he's an effective interior scoring option.
The pass to Griffin. Kicks it to Harden. Just 5 on the clock. Brooklyn gets it back with the new shot clock at 14.
One thing never changes in the NBA. Jordan will always be there among the top offensive rebounders in the league.
Now here's Jones. Allen finds Anderson. His three-pointers off the mark.
And even with good coverage defensively that time, he has confidence to drill the three.
Pass to Jordan. Here's Harden. It falls for his 7th bucket of the contest. He's 7 for 9.
And this has been a great job of just getting into the middle of that defense and really scoring effectively from the paint.
Now here's Winslow. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
I like that pick play. I mean, you can see how easily it makes it for him to get to the cup.
And it's been said that history is written by the victors. It certainly holds true in sports, don't you think, Greg? And with that in mind, do you think titles are overvalued when evaluating the great players, individual players in history?
You know, Kevin, I think so. Having said that, I think championships do matter, obviously, and in the NBA and basketball in general, one guy can have more impact, right? Because you only play 5 and you play both ways. So it does have something to say, but I don't think that completes the narrative. You know, there's some tremendously talented guys, Karl Malone, Elgin Baylor, Patrick Ewing, Allen Iverson, a lot of greats who never won it. It's easy to count those rings, but measuring greatness has to take in the whole picture.
Hall of Famers, all of them.
Nice work on the glass, but his defense was even better. Really has an impact on that shot.
Here's Jones. That shot, no good. Great D that time from Jordan. Brooklyn's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Jones against Dinwiddie. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for the Nets. .127 left to play here in the 4th.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for the Nets.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And during the long NBA season, each contest important here tonight. Tonight's win will give them 4 on the season.
And so they win their first game against this squad. It's a 2-game season series, and they'll be going for the sweep the next time they face off.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Big Red.
The energy he played with tonight was amazing, and it paid off the most on the glass where he dominated the rebounding stats.
Now, here's Shamet. Justice Winslow missing his last shot. Pass to Green. 6 to shoot. Shoots over Winslow. Here's Dinwiddie. And terrific work on the offensive glass, and he picks up 2.
And they came in determined to take this one. It's going to be a happy flight home.
Yeah, there's no doubt as to who was the better team. I mean, they proved it with this win.
Now here's Winslow, and it's blocked. Here's Shamet. So it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home cooking to feel at home. I mean, Kevin, just a masterful performance all the way around.
And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Kevin, thanks. KD, a statement win. How satisfying is it for you?
It was fun. It was fun. We came out and played hard. Guys played together, and this is all that I expected, man. I'm glad that, we was able to get the win tonight. We're looking forward to the next game.
We're looking forward to seeing you out there again, man. Thanks. Back to you, Kevin.
David, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Chris Webber, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. We'll see you later.
Every NBA season, players run miles on the court. But which NBA player averaged the most distance run per game in the 2020-2021?
But traffic in New York City making its way back and forth between Manhattan and the borough of Brooklyn. Our setting tonight. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning into 2K Sports. We've got some NBA action for you coming up. Kevin Harlan here, and I'm joined by Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, who's reporting from the sidelines. Now we get a chance to check out the standings out east already. We are in December. You look at Brooklyn. They've got the #1 record in the conference, and because of it, each night out, their competition is going to bring it right at them. And checking out Indiana, just a couple spots back.
And right now for the Pacers, they have caught the entire league off guard. This was not a position anyone thought they'd be in at this stage of the season.
And the credit belongs to them for what they did and didn't do during the offseason. I mean, they had a vision, they set it out, and they've stayed true to it.
And let's go straight over to David Aldridge for a report before the tip-off. Hey, Dave.
Well, the ceremony was delayed, and understandably so, but at last, the Hall of Fame class of 2020 was enshrined. And what a class it was. Led by Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, and of course, the late, great Kobe Bryant headlining the 9 inductees. There was tremendous poignancy with Kobe's inclusion coming so recently after his tragic death. And it was a night that none of us are going to forget. Guys?
Thank you, D.A. Terrific, talented backcourts tonight. Greg, did it ever add anything for you playing across another top-level guard?
Listen, it raises the stakes, no doubt about it. You always want the opportunity to play against the best because you want to see where you stand. But in the end, even when you know a guy's better than you, and you're going to have that be the case a lot of nights, you still know that you will have an ability to impact the outcome when it comes to winning. And that's where you have to keep your focus.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. We've got LeVert. Warren is out there with McDermott. And there's Miles Turner. And it's Brogdon in at the point guard position. And for the Nets, they've got Joe Harris. Harden out there with Kyrie Irving. And it's Durant. And it's Big Red in at the center. Now here's Durant. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
And you don't ever want to get into the habit of letting the offense get to the rim.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that's the message they were sending with that foul. Nothing easy inside.
Shooting 2.
And he knocks down the first one. And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
And among NBA bigs, he is known for his ability to deliver at the free throw line.
Brogdon against Irving. Outside Warren. It's rebounded by Durant.
And looking back at the trade for Warren, I thought it was a surprise to see him get dealt for so little he's always been a terrific player.
And you know what, Greg? I'm with you there because I was surprised as well. I'm not sure why the Suns made the decision to trade one, but I tell you what, as a former Pacer and a follower of the team, I'm happy that the Pacers have him because this guy's an efficient double-digit scorer. He plays unselfish basketball, and he actually made nice strides defensively last season. So the future is bright. I love his attitude and everything about his skill set. Yeah, impressive shot there by Harris. He's in the league to make the hard shots, not just the open ones.
Durant with the steal. And they're on the break. Oh!
Oh, man!
And he dunks it down.
He's going to put that one in his scrapbook. Insane dunk.
And now they're starting to rub it in. Build up a lead, and here we go, baby. It is showtime.
And why not? A little salt in the wound. The more plays they make like that, the more they'll have these guys reeling and on the ropes. That kind of energy and hustle on the glass usually produces good results.
Pass to KD.
Boy, you look at Durant's resume. He's already accomplished most of the big individual honors. League MVP, Finals MVP, scoring champion.
The Nets shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That free throw good from Durant. And both free throws good for Durant.
Making it look effortless. Send this guy to the stripe. He's going to cash in more than not.
Now, here's Brogdon. He picked up 12 points in their last win against Detroit. Missed inside. The Nets have gotten their first 3 shots to go in for him to start off this game. The 3 from Harden. Good on the 3-point shot. Harden's got 5 now.
Now, you got to remember that Harden has a quick trigger, staple gun quick. This guy is looking to score as soon as the ball touches his hands.
Now, here's Brogdon. Stolen away, Big Red, and it is flushed down with a nice jam.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
Well, they're doing everything right. How about that? I mean, this could turn into a blowout very quickly.
So the Pacers call timeout, their first of the game. This game against Brooklyn here, it's their first look at the Nets.
And they usually came out on top when these 2 teams faced off last year. No surprise, they're the better team.
Yeah, and very tough to beat when they're playing up to their capabilities. That's why they're one of the top teams in the league.
For Harris. Some last season stats for him. He was around 14 points a game last year, 4 rebounds and 2 assists. The contributions he's been making on the floor have been a boon for this team. Great stretch of games for him.
Yeah, you know, they've given him more responsibility, and he's responded. And the way he's going, I think his role is only going to increase.
Here's Turner, and it's blocked, and they get it back.
Doug McDermott, a solid teammate because he embraces whatever his team asks of him, and he's a consistent perimeter threat.
What do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for Brooklyn?
They've set the first half tone by getting out on the fast break and getting the defenders on their heels.
The other thing that's helped them early tonight are the points they've been able to convert off turnovers. And
the first one at the line is good. They'll lot of teams with a lot of new players, Greg, this time of year can be a real challenge to mesh.
No doubt. You know, getting everybody on the same page sometimes, it can take time. And then you have to build that trust. Weathering the storms together will obviously help you do that.
Catching up on the changes now for Indiana. Goga Bitadze's checked in for T.J. Ward. Jeremy Lamb comes in for Karis LeVert. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Malcolm Brogdon.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They keep getting it in the paint and continue to score consistently.
Passes it to McDermott. Back to McConnell. Down low. Here's Bitadze. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
An absolute bully in the lane. Nothing the smaller defender could do there.
Outside Irving. First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. And a wide open look for Lamb. Offline with his three. Brooklyn leading by 9. Here's Big Red. Bucket number 3. He's a perfect 3 for 3 to start.
This is as good as it gets for a first quarter in terms of shooting the basketball.
You're exactly right. I mean, everything seems to be dropping. Impressive scoring here.
Now, here's McConnell. He's been patient so far. Nothing on the scoreboard yet.
I think he's got to keep working on his interior game. Doug McDermott showing he wants to be more than just an outside shooter.
And this is his second trip to the line tonight.
Solid work at the line a season ago. 83% on his opportunities.
Yeah, you know, that was one spot where they didn't have to worry about him at all. I mean, at the free throw line, he was automatic.
Here's what Brooklyn's going with right now. DeAndre Jordan's checked in for Durant. Bruce Brown comes in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for James Harden. Free throw drops for McDermott. The Nets have gotten off to a tremendous start. 7 of 7 here in the first quarter. Dinwiddie passes to Irving. No good on the triple.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky he was off.
Drains the three-pointer.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now here's Dinwiddie. That's tipped. McConnell with it. Guarded now by Irving. To the left wing. Here's Sumner. Back to McConnell. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Lamb against Brown. Brooklyn leading by 5. Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. The offensive rebound. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
There you go. Relentless pursuit of the ball. I love it. He never stopped working.
There's 39 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Lamb dishes to McDermott. Indiana needs to get a shot off. Here's Sumner. And it's Goga Bitadze with the foul. That's his first foul. We have got to see that sensational mobile one block again.
And read the plate perfectly. Gets himself in the air at the right moment. Terrific denial.
Blake Griffin, he's checked in for Big Red. And the Pacers also making a change. Brissett's checked in. Brooklyn's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the game. Lobs it up for Jordan, and DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Boy, Jordan is an alley-oop specialist, a big target with strength and bounce.
And here's McConnell. And the last shot at the buzzer doesn't go in for him. And so it's Brooklyn in control with a 9-point lead to end the quarter. They're pounding the ball inside, and that's where they've gotten their best production tonight. Right back after this break. Glad to have you with us, folks. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And taking a look at the Nets' performance here, guys, what jumps out to you, stats-wise?
Well, the offense is clicking, and they seem to have seized the momentum here early on.
Yeah, you know, I agree. No warm-up needed. They came in on fire and have already built a nice lead.
And Brogdon has got the ball here for the Indiana Pacers. They trail by 9 points. They put up a nice win against Detroit the last time out.
And sometimes it's a lot harder to get easy looks on the road, but they found ways to get their guys good looks.
And it was funny, the road arena didn't bother them at all. I mean, they locked in, focused, and executed, and got it done.
And a moment now to reset the lineups, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up for the second quarter of basketball. On the court right now for the Pacers, we've got Brogdon, and it's Brissett in at the 4 slot. Now, here's Brogdon, following the miss by Kyrie Irving. Brogdon the pass to Brissett. Here's Dinwiddie. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight.
Well, his IQ is one of the best in the league. Irving has a great feel for when his teammates are open.
Now, here's Warren. A 17-point game for him in the win against the Pistons in Detroit. And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Brown. A moment now to see how the schedule is looking for the Pacers. On Tuesday, they'll take on Kevin Love and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Then on Thursday, they'll defend home court against the Chicago Bulls.
And looking at the Wizards matchup, it's the second game of a back-to-back, and you know they're going to be feeling the effects of it. Playing that much basketball in that short amount of time really takes a toll.
Here's Griffin. Goes back up. That one's in. His first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, and no one's ever questioned the desire. Griffin using his strength and explosiveness to make good on the second chance opportunities.
Now, here's Brogdon. He's been quiet so far. Still no points in the game. And the shot by Warren, no good.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on him.
Well, being able to score from any place on the court makes Durant a space creator for his team. I mean, it's not just inside. It's not just threes. It's that mid-range game, too.
Now, here's Brogdon. 2 free throws coming up, and they call the shooting foul.
And one thing I like about Brogdon is his size. A huge 6'10" wingspan for a guard gives him an advantage in matchups, lets him finish over smaller defenders as well.
That free throw good from Brogdon. And great with Brogdon and his size, it allows flexibility on defense as well.
Yeah, I mean, it makes switching on the pick and roll easier with him up top. There isn't a lot of flash to how Brogdon plays on the floor, but you can't deny how impactful he is in all facets.
Joe Harris is checked in for Brooklyn. Brogdon hits them both.
And, you know, the 2016-17 Rookie of the Year continues to impress. Brogdon is a valuable role player who does a lot of things well.
Now here's Durant to the inside. Griffin. And the slam by Blake Griffin.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And don't leave out the coaching staff here now. I mean, their game plan has been perfect.
Harris against LeVert. Left side, Warren. It's through for his second basket. He's now 2 for 6.
Boy, the defense was right there, right in Warren's face, but his craftiness got him the win.
Dinwiddie outside. Griffin trying to get open.
The D just kind of stepping aside and letting him get to the rim.
There's a reason, GA, the lead is what it is right now.
You know, you look at it, the communication is lacking, as is the trust. They can ill afford those types of breakdowns. It won't work. You can't win with those kind of breakdowns.
Big Red's checked in for the Nets. Doug McDermott, he's checked in for Indiana. Lamb comes in for T.J. Ward. And so here is Indiana. 15-point game. Brogdon outside. 5 on the clock. Pass to Turner. Shoots over Dinwiddie. And the Pacers can't get it to go.
And that's the battle they haven't been winning today. Their work on the glass has been porous, and that's got to change.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, as they're looking to battle back, that's one of the key elements. You got to rebound.
Harden against LeVert. The pass to Brogdon. We know how important the draft is, Greg. It can shape an organization. Talk about some of the best draft day deals of the last couple decades. There have been a lot of them.
Oh, there have been a few. I mean, just coming to mind here recently, how about when Kawhi was traded to the Spurs? That was a huge get. Go back
George
to, how
Hill.
about Kobe going to the Lakers? McHale and Parrish coming to the Celtics. I mean, we've seen that happen quite a bit. And I tell you what, boy, it can really transform a franchise's future. I didn't see that miss coming. I mean, he's usually been money from that range.
LeVert in the corner. Rebounded by the Nets. Here's Harris. A beautiful reverse layup. Harris has got his second bucket of the night.
Hey, we know Harden can score, but he also has great vision.
Timeout called the Pacers. Without question, Big Red displaying his skills today.
And he's getting to the rack all game, and if they can't do a better job of keeping him out of the paint, they're in for a long night.
Making some changes. DeAndre Jordan comes in for Kevin Durant. And it's Kyrie Irving in for Dinwiddie. Indiana also making some changes. Goga Bitadze comes in for Karis LeVert. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Brogdon. Now here's McDermott. He's coming off a 13-point game against Detroit. Bitadze, the pass to Lamb. 2 points. That one goes.
His rate of development and improvement has been steady. Lamb showing real toughness on these difficult finishes.
Greg, good to see Jeremy Lamb back on the floor after his injury. He can still be a productive wing, you think, off the bench for this team.
No doubt about it. More of a finisher for this team. Lamb shouldn't have any lingering effects coming off that ACL. His game's diverse enough to get shots anywhere in the half court, and he'll continue to be a productive player for the foreseeable future.
Free throw drops for Lamb.
They've hit every one of their free throws here in the second quarter. Very important when you're trailing.
There's 39 seconds left now here in the second. Irving can't get it to go.
And that was a little bit of a range check for him.
You know, guys, I think he's got confidence to shoot it from anywhere, but he could have gotten a better one than that.
Here's Sumner. No points in the game yet for him. The shot by Turner, no good. Here's Harden, and Harden with the stuff.
And addition to his strength, Harden has deceptive quickness. He just has this unique knack to get by whoever's guarding him because he's strong and crafty.
Now McConnell over Irving. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And so it's the Brooklyn Nets with a sizable lead as the quarter wraps up. They're ahead 16 points. They've got their field goal percentage to thank for that. They've been hot from all over the floor tonight. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks very much. Kevin, what has allowed you all to build this lead in the first half?
Well, we've just been playing hard. Those guys are tough to guard. They cut so hard. They play well together, and we had a decent half. We got to keep it going.
Kevin, thanks a lot. Back to you, Kevin.
Thanks for the great interview, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of basketball following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. This home crowd is elated about what they've seen so far. I'm Ernie Johnson. That's Shaquille O'Neal. That's Kenny Smith. Brooklyn did not hesitate to set the pace. Their exceptional focus and all-around execution immediately triggered a 15-4 run at the start. At the close of the first quarter, their lead was a healthy 9 points. Well, we know he's a magician on the court. Kenny, has there ever been anyone better handling the basketball than Kyrie Irving?
If I'm being honest?
Yes.
No. He's just another level player at that position of the ball.
You said no. You forget about Isaiah Thomas, Allen Iverson, and Steph Curry. Listen, Kyrie Irving's a guy you can always compare them together. Don't say no.
Okay.
Like those guys don't exist.
All right, my bad. You're right.
And it's just about time now for the third quarter to get underway.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. It's been one outstanding game from Big Red.
And the way that he has helped out with the ball movement has been a difference maker early on.
And, you know, that's not a job they ask him to do very often, but in the first half, I thought he was in perfect sync with his teammates.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Harden out there with Irving, and there's Big Red. Then it's Joe Harris, and it's KD in at the 4 spot. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn. A nice shot by LeVert.
Like the way LeVert controls himself, always under control, knows what he's looking for, takes his time, particularly when he's close to the basket.
And that one's good, Irving.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on him.
Now, here's Brogdon. Outside Warren. Knocks down the 3 ball. Warren's got 7 points.
At the arc, Warren gets in the zone, able to shoot with total concentration and lay it right in.
Pass to Harden. And the jam by Harden.
An elite scorer, demonstrating once again how fast he can fill it up.
Irving against Brogdon. Outside Warren. Passes to LeVert. Here's Brogdon, and again it's Indiana converting.
On a nice little roll here to start this half, connecting on their first 3 attempts.
Harden against LeVert. Outside, KD. Shoots over McDermott. Nice spin off the left rim and in. Durant's got his second basket of the game.
Well, that's virtually impossible to defend. I mean, with Durant's length, those long arms, and the high arcing shot that he shoots, the best you can do as a defender is challenge him and hope he misses.
Now, here's LeVert. The jump hook, and the Pacers tack on 2 more.
Boy, Karis LeVert has done a nice job elevating his playmaking ability, which helps him and his team.
And the first timeout called of the game for Brooklyn. Greg, I know you've played for some great coaches in your day. What is it that separates the truly elite coaches, in your opinion, from just coaches that are pretty good?
I think the one attribute that's most important for a great coach is consistency. And I've said this, you can coach a lot of different ways, you can win a lot of different ways, but you've got to be sincere and true to your principles and your philosophy. And those are the coaches, and I've had them that have done it different ways, but they've been the most successful. And listen, you've also at the professional level, you've got to have a presence about you. You got to have some charisma out there as well to get these men to buy in.
Changes for Brooklyn. Griffin's checked in for Harris. Bruce Brown comes in for James Harden. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving. The Pacers also with a sub. Brissett's checked in. Now here's Durant. 6 points for him. To the middle. Here's Griffin. That's good, and it's KD with the assist. KD's got 3 assists tonight.
Yeah, these defenders just look a bit overmatched, especially inside.
Brogdon against Brown. Warren kicks to LeVert. It's deflected.
But only the first miss of the second half. They've come out here with authority.
He's off on that one, and it's the Pacers taking it the other way. Following this one, they get to host the Cavaliers. That'll be the first of 2 straight at home.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
You have to love the unselfishness on display there. Excellent passing.
Pacers trail by 18. Little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now here in the third. And the Pacers can't get it to go. And here's Brown. He'll bring it up for the Nets. 18 points separating the teams. That's the biggest lead of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there on that alley-oop.
And Greg, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder. Yeah.
I tell you what, I think the pass was even better. I mean, that was room service delivery at its finest.
And the Pacers call time here.
And the lack of rim protection, top of the list.
Yeah, you know, just look at the numbers, guys. I mean, they are being taken to the woodshed in the paint.
And the Nets making a change here. Jordan's checked in, so an entirely new group in now for Indiana. Goga Bitadze's checked in for Turner. Jeremy Lamb comes in for Warren. Edmund Sumner's checked in for Karis LeVert. And it's T.J. McConnell in for Brogdon. Durant against Lamb.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
To the inside, Big Red, and he slams it one-handed.
That's one of the areas he's really improved. Durant's passing abilities have grown as his years in the league have grown.
Indiana's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Now, here's McConnell. Not a lot of room. Bitadze can't hit. Brooklyn leading by 22. And Durant, here we go. That one falls coming off Dinwiddie's feet. KD's got 4 this quarter.
That's their 3rd straight make off an assist.
They've been looking out of sync offensively.
Yeah, their offense has ground to a standstill.
And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass.
Hey, get that weak stuff out of here. Take it home. Jordan is fantastic at rejecting those kinds of shots.
Now here's Durant. again. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Nets.
We've seen them make the extra effort from a defensive standpoint, closing out airspace and sending shots back.
They haven't wasted time getting the ball up the court tonight either, and it's resulted in a lot of fast break points.
Trying to find some answers offensively.
Yeah, and you know, that's going to be the focus of this timeout. They need to come up with a spark to get the offense going.
Irving's checked in for Brown. Doug McDermott, he's checked in for the Pacers. And let's go now to the rookie watch. For the past month, these have been the most productive NBA rookie scorers. Well, you look at Big Red, second in the league, having an excellent season.
And those numbers have started to set him apart offensively from most of the other rookies in the league.
Yep, and this past month, guys, he's been really unstoppable, scoring at will, gaining more and more confidence as he does so. It will be hard to get him out of that zone at this point, playing with a lot of confidence.
And the Pacers can't get it to go. There's the lob to the hoop.
You gotta love his hustle, leaving the defense no time to react.
And you know, you're gonna get those buckets, guys, when you're quick to get out on the break. Get that ball up the court as fast as you can.
Now, here's McConnell, covered by Irving. And the Pacers can't get it to go.
And physically, there's no doubt they've been the stronger team. A +10 rebound advantage tells you all you need to know.
McDermott passes to McConnell. Looking to end the run. A rebound by the Nets. Big Red's got his 8th rebound here tonight. From 18 feet away. And it's in. Oh, wow, he nails the buzzer beater.
Yeah, now they are firing on all cylinders. That shot puts 3 more onto their lead as we head to the 4th.
And so it's Brooklyn with a massive lead of 30 points here at the end of the quarter. From the field, they have been outstanding, amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. We come back right after this. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
For me, next to the big-time alley-oops and monster throwdowns, passes like that are probably the next best thing when it comes to sweet-looking NBA highlights.
And with the 4th quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And a look at the 5 for the Pacers to start the 4th quarter. And it's Sumner in at the 2. Now, here's Shamet. Tight defense on him.
The finish was nice, but the setup was better.
Yeah, GA, the pick working to full effect before the stuff.
And, you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
Holiday left side. Jordan with the rebound.
Boy, that's got to be terribly frustrating there. I mean, with the defense not hustling and he still misses, boy, he wishes he had that one back.
And he gets contact and the whistle on the shot. 2 shots coming up. Greg, when you played for the Knicks, I always heard that Charles Oakley would cook for the players. Is that true?
Absolutely. Oak was very particular about his food. And I got to tell you, he knows his way around the kitchen. And to be honest, I would never tell him otherwise.
Well, what was his specialty?
Whatever he made, it was special. It wouldn't matter.
That free throw good from Shamet. Greg, compare the times when you played as an NBA player with a lot more contact and what was like go on the floor to what we're seeing now when there seem to be a lot of whistles, a lot of stoppage of play.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, you got to allow players to defend. And if they're in a legal guarding position, let them do their job. You know, eliminate the cheap ones. Part of the issue, though, partner, is now so much of the game is played on an island, right? You don't have the crowds that you typically would see guys in back in our era. There's more space. The court, in that sense, is bigger. You're out there kind of on your own, man, and these guys are crafty at drawing fouls.
It's never been harder for a defender.
And a big lead for them on both the scoreboard and the backboard thus far.
Yeah, rebounding has been a big key in this week. They've asserted their will and have taken control on the glass.
Now Holiday following the three-point attempt by Kyrie Irving. Bounce pass, Holiday. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line. It's going to be on Blake Griffin.
And Turner's length causes defenses all kinds of problems. I mean, he really uses that length extremely well to draw fouls. And, you know, with Miles Turner, a lot of his value, I think, comes on the defensive end. One of the best shot blockers in the league the last couple of years. And has really good mobility. He's got a nice shooting stroke, but defensively is where he makes his greatest impact in my mind.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
No good on that one.
And Clark, at the moment, you could argue that it's the defense that's the best asset for Turner at this point.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, Greg. I think clearly that's his strong suit right now. He's got a terrific shot in terms of mechanics and range. I think you'd like to see him be a little more consistent with his selection and then develop a more reliable low-post go-to move.
Clark, a simple way to let the players be heard were the phrases they had on the backs of their jerseys in the Orlando bubble.
Yeah, I love the creativity of that, Kevin. Again, players being proactive and desiring to use the platform they've been given through basketball and their particular brands to speak to issues that resonate with them, issues of inequality and racial injustice, and to do so in a way that was unique and yet appropriate, I think is a win-win. I really do. Now, the conversation and slogans are important as a part of agitation, but now it's a matter of targeted, strategic action that can be carried out, not just by players in the league, but by all of us in our own circles of influence to effectuate change and make our world a bit better than we found it. Hey, how about imagining if they were hitting their shots, how big the lead could be? But so far, that's not been the case.
Holiday finds Warren. Shoots over Shamet. And the Pacers can't get it to go. And here's Griffin. He'll bring it up for the Nets. They've only given up 1 point in the fourth quarter.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end.
And that one goes long. The Nets have gone 3 of 6 from the field so far in the fourth quarter. Griffin's shot is off. The Pacers have gone a dismal 0 for 5 to get the fourth quarter underway. On the wing, Holiday. He's covered by Shamet. Holiday against Irving. Here's Warren. Indiana with a new shot clock. The shot by Turner, no good. Brooklyn's gone 0-3 so far in the fourth quarter from long range. Right side, Griffin. Over in the corner, Green. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. And last season, we saw the NBA All-Star Game introduce a target scorer, Greg, to end the game and instead of running out the clock. Did you like that, and would you widen its use?
No question it's being looked at maybe for overtimes or tournament games. You know, Adam not shy about exploring new ideas. And I got to be honest, going into the All-Star game, I wasn't a fan of the proposed changes.
Me too.
But once you saw it all play out, I have to say I was entertained. And I applaud the commissioner and the players in the league for buying in. And I think the fan experience was made all the more better.
Good point. And the Nets making a change here. Dinwiddie's checked in. And Indiana with a change here, too. Brissett's checked in. And Jeff Green drops them both.
And the former Hoya Green, a rangy forward who can both score and defend from all areas of the floor.
Pass to Sampson. Holiday looking over the floor. Now the pass to Warren.
Inside just a bit too congested for him to get the usual shot he would have with rhythm.
On the wing, Green. Nice ball movement by Brooklyn. Outside for Griffin. Bobbed up there for Green. Taken away by Holiday.
Well, guys, this was never really a contest, just a total obliteration, if you will, and you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Nets.
As one-sided as it gets today, you know, there were some dominant moments in about every facet of this game for that team.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin, it's hard to think of what didn't go right for them. Game planning by the coaches, execution by the players, everything was just on target.
And it'll mark their 4th win on the year, actually their 5th win on the year.
Man, always nice to get win number 1 against the opponent. You'll be seeing a total of this matchup 4 times over the course of the year. So they set the tone tonight, though, for their season series against Indiana.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Big Red.
He just looked like an orchestrator out there. His teammates kept running to the open spot, and he found them time and time again.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That free throw good from Holiday. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for the Nets. And the Pacers also making a change. Turner's checked in for T.J. Warren. Both free throws good from Holiday. And the Nets with possession here. They've played a great 4th quarter defensively, allowing only 3 points. Pass to Dinwiddie. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And you can sense that these fans, these players, they are ready to celebrate.
And I think they can start that celebration right now. I mean, what a terrific team victory.
Pass to Holiday. Green with the block. Now, here's Shamet, guarded by Holiday. Shamet with it. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you got to commend this sort of dominance, particularly here at home. It's a great feeling when you play almost a perfect game and to have that crowd be so pumped up.
It's time now to go courtside as we send you over to David Aldridge from the sideline. David, take it away.
Thanks, Kevin. With Kyrie Irving, it's early in the season, so what's the most important thing to getting off on the right foot?
Great days of practice, honestly, and being prepared. Always communicating and trusting each other. That's going to be the biggest word for us this year is trust. Like I said, consistency and trust.
We will see. It's a long season if you can get that done, Kyrie. Thank you. Back to you, Kevin.
Thank you, David. Great interview once again. And that'll do it, folks. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan. Thanks for watching the NBA on 2K Sports. So long and good night, everyone.
here's another.
Degree is the thing you do before doing things, and setting screens is what you do before you score.
Which NBA team led the league in screen assists during the 2020-21 regular season?
Was it the Atlanta Hawks, the Utah Jazz, the Dallas Mavericks, or the Phoenix Suns? If you answered Dallas Mavericks, get out there and enjoy that DC. And
everyone. Welcome to 2K Sports and another exciting edition of NBA basketball. Alongside Doris Burke and Greg Anthony, this is Kevin Harlan. And on the sidelines, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. DA, it's all yours.
Well, Kevin and guys, the NBA is a shoe culture. None is more popular than the Kobe 4. Originally released in 2009, last season almost a quarter of all NBA players worn them. That's not just a tribute to the Mamba, but a testament to a design that has stood the test of time. P.J. Tucker called them the best hoop shoe ever. Strong praise. Kevin?
Thanks, David. And a chance now to see how teams are faring across the league. Here's the latest edition of the Power Rankings. They're obviously disappointed with how things are going. Momentum working right now against them.
And I think the Nets, they've sure made a statement here early on, outpacing some teams that were expected to be better, owning that top spot and defending it with pride.
Here's the starting group for Houston. All out there with Gordon. Then it's Christian Wood. Then it's Kelly Olynyk, and it's Tate in at the 3 spot. And for the Nets, we've got Big Red, Harden out there with Irving. Then there's Harris. And it's KD in at the 4-man position. And for teams already exceeding expectations, Greg, their spirits are running sky high right now.
Kevin, it's always a great feeling to come out strong, but it is hard to maintain that consistency. The teams that do, they believe in themselves and they keep playing to their strengths.
Why is consistency so hard?
You know, because you're not playing against yourself. And we're human. And Kevin, as great as you are as a broadcaster, you probably have had some days where you didn't feel as good as you did other days. And that's no different for a guy competing at this level.
My friend, that's every day. Every day you don't feel good about it. But you grind, right? You just try to keep grinding.
Got to do it.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one drops.
And with Kevin Durant recovering from the Achilles injury, glad we get to see one of the all-time greats back in action.
No doubt, Greg. And KD is trying to navigate his way through one of the most difficult injuries a basketball player can face. But we know unequivocally this man will go down as one of the elite scorers in NBA history. That combination of size and shooting is truly something to behold.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
Back to Wall. Pass to Olynyk. Just 5 to shoot. And that comes off the assist by John Wall.
You know, I like the fact that Olynyk didn't shy away from mixing it up. Remarkable at scoring despite getting hit.
Pass to Harden. Puts up a 3. No good. So Houston will take it the other way. Defeated by the Wizards in their last game, they'll try to put that one behind them.
Well, when you're facing a team that's feeding off the crowd's energy, you have to bring your A game, and they didn't do that defensively.
One thing you know, Greg, is you've got to pack your defense in the suitcase if you're going to win on the road, and they simply did not bring it.
And how about the communication between teammates on that alley-oop?
And that's what you need to pull that thing off. Ball stolen. And now Irving pushing it up. No one back to stop him. Gets a hand on it. It's good on the putback. Big Red's got his second basket.
Love the determination he showed there, getting himself into good position under the glass.
With the presence of mind to know just where the rebound was going to come down. Well timed.
Well, a lot of Wall's passes end up on the highlight reel. He just makes it so easy for his guys to catch and finish.
Here's Big Red. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against Indiana.
Yeah, but he was the ultimate two-way player. Defensively, also doing a great job. A couple blocks in that game as well. And he gives that rim a good tug on the way down.
Well, that's how you drive your point home right there. And it's the Rockets with the ball. After the basket by Brooklyn. Wall finds Wood. Shot clock at 6. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Boy, the big man, Kelly Olynyk, doing a great job going right into the foul. He doesn't seem to fear anyone.
The Rockets shooting their first free throws of the night.
And look back a season ago. They did a solid job at the line. About 79% of their free throws.
The first one falls.
Olynyk has proven to be an effective role player. This is a guy who's proven he's willing to do whatever it takes to get the win.
And so Olynyk nails both of them.
Boy, a really soft touch on display. It is a luxury to have a big man who can hit from the line at a consistent rate.
The pass to Harden. Fires for 3. The shot, no good.
Just enough coverage to bother that three-point attempt.
Ball against Harden. Got a piece of it. Irving from long range. That's a no-go, and he's still looking for his first bucket after 2 shots. Gordon kicks to Wall. The Rockets with another miss. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Nets. Harden. Hammer it home! Hammer it home, baby!
That is authority right there.
And now the first timeout call here for the Rockets. Today, Greg, we see a lot more friendly rivalries. Does that bother you?
Not at all. I mean, people like to say, well, our era had the rivalries were more bitter. I disagree with that. I think guys are every bit as competitive today as they've ever been.
It's good to hear.
They just also have more exposure and opportunity to be around one another. Kids today growing up, they've been playing against each other since the 5th, 6th grade in national tournaments. When we played, we didn't get to see the other top players around the country. So I think that was one reason why you didn't have a closeness with guys that unless you were on the same team.
Changes for Brooklyn. Jordan comes in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving. And first quarter, we're about 3.5 minutes in. And the officials signal the backcourt violation. Not very careful there. Bruce Brown, he's checked in for Durant. How about that strong defensive performance for this half's Mobile One block?
And early in the game, a defensive play like that goes a long way, establishing the attitude you want.
And so it's Brooklyn with it. They lead by 4. Passes it to Harden from downtown. Hits it from three-point range. Harden's got 5.
I mean, there's just no limit to Harden's range. Even from way downtown, this guy is a threat to score.
Now here is Augustine. Dinwiddie with the rebound. In transition, here come the Nets.
They're beginning to take charge of this game. This could be a crucial point.
Well, working hard, building out a small lead, but you can't afford any kind of letdown here.
Now here is Augustine. Guarded close. And that one's good by Porter.
This is exactly what you expect from DJ Augustine. This is why coaching staffs love him. He makes everyone better.
Back to Brown. Kicks it out to Harden. Pass to Big Red. And here is Jordan. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Tries again. And he goes in for the dunk.
That is a product of pure effort, guys.
I agree, and that's nothing new coming from him, GA. He loves going to work on the rebounding, going to work on the board.
What about the decisive finish? Great timing, tremendous force.
Augustine passes to Porter. Sinks that one from the post. He's got 5.
Great job of screening there. Nice job to take it to the rim and get the finish.
46 seconds left to play in the first quarter. The 3 from Harden. They grab their own miss. Jordan, the layup off target.
Boy, in that close, he's almost automatic. Boy, that's pretty good defense. Wow.
It's tipped. Brown outside. And there's the pass to Big Red. The kick out to Brown. Connects from three-point range.
Unselfishness can be infectious. Terrific teamwork.
Augustine looking around. Three-pointer. The shot, no good. And so it's the Brooklyn Nets in control with a 9-point lead to end the quarter. They've set the tone. They love their tempo. They're going to be very tough to stop. And we'll be right back after this. If you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And from Brooklyn guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
They set a physical tone in the first, and that really showed on the backboard.
I think it's why they hold the lead here early, because they're controlling the flow of the game with those second chance opportunities.
Rockets trail by 9. They've got Griffin. He's out there with Jordan. Harden out there with Brown. And it's Dinwiddie in at the point. So that's the Nets 5. Here's Porter. Back to Bradley. Fires the 3. Brooklyn with the rebound. Jordan's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight.
Yeah, just a solid job on the backboard. They are really controlling the inside. And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
One thing we've learned in the NBA, the game is never over. So you've got to continue to score, continue to build your lead.
And that one's good by Porter.
Well, that's one way he can finish, but far from the only way he gets it done. He's got all kinds of tricks up his sleeve.
And Kevin Porter Jr., all the issues you'd expect from a rookie, Greg. Unforced errors, a few too many fouls and turnovers. But as you and I were talking, and as the coaches told us, the upside is huge.
I tell you, Kev, his first step with the ball in his hands is incredible. Can burst by defenders like they're waiting at a bus stop. Once he matures, he's going to be a handful to deal with. Those are chances almost always you can rely on him to get you 2 points, but the D, just enough to keep him out of rhythm.
He gets that one.
And no one hits a pull-up like the Beard. I mean, he's perfected the quick stop and pop, and that thing is a deadly shot.
And on our sideline, our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, thank you. We were all witnesses last year to the pandemic, struck with worldwide repercussions. The NBA was no exception. The 1920 season was altered, and this season was delayed. The league is finding a sense of solidarity and resolve under the leadership of Adam Silver. Now, sports is a microcosm of society as a whole. We all are finding different ways to overcome this. Kevin, back to you.
Thanks, DA. You know, Greg, when you were in New York, you were on a super team of sorts. Compare that to the super teams they're forming now in the NBA.
Oh, we've always had super teams. And this misnomer that this is something that's just come about with this era is, to me, absurd. You've always had it. Whether the difference nowadays is I think the players have more say in where they go. And they can orchestrate how a team is constructed. But it's always existed. And the reality is this. You become a super team when you win a lot.
Sure.
And that's what really dictates how super your team is.
So for the Nets, Kevin Durant, he's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Joe Harris comes in for Bruce Brown. And Irving subbed in for James Harden. Now here's Wall. He's coming off a 37-point game against the Wizards in Washington.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, they're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results.
All with it. He's gotten some minutes, but nothing on the board yet. Tries it from 9 and misses it off the right side of the rim.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
He is trying to shoot his way out of it, and it might be better for him to pass the basketball at this point.
Here's Tate, goes up high for the two-handed dunk.
That's the court vision of Avery Bradley. Remarkable how he finds these wide-open teammates on a consistent basis.
Durant, and then Durant with the jam.
And he can time his passes so perfectly. Wow, what an assist.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
And some nice passing there by Houston. Gordon dishes to Bradley. Pass to Olynyk. Lock at 6. From deep three-point range, and it's Kyrie Irving with the rebound. Last outing for the Nets. They won that game against Indiana.
Well, they came into that game looking to be physical, looking to control the boards, and they succeeded.
That control of the boards, I felt, fed their offense. There were a ton of second chances, a lot of confidence their bigs could dominate the glass.
And it's Gordon missing. Nets leading by 15. Irving surveying the floor. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. Irving's got his first points of the night.
Well, what a move from Kyrie to keep the defenders guessing as he moves in for the score.
Here's Wall. Second chance shot. A rebound by the Nets.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
Listen, this guy is far from just a scorer. Kevin Durant loves to share the basketball.
Timeout called the Rockets.
And the lack of rim protection, top of the list.
And the question they're going to have to answer to me is it a problem with the scheme or is it a problem with matchups?
Big Red's checked in for the Nets. And a change for the Rockets. DJ Augustine's checked in for Avery Bradley. And so it's Wall with it, bringing it up for the Houston Rockets. Trailing by 19. They get to take on the Heat at Miami after this one. They're in the midst of a 4-game road trip right now. That'll be game number 3.
My favorite part of John Wall, this guy loves to play, and he will initiate contact inside. Nice.
KD, that's for 2. Again, the Nets for 2.
Of the two offenses here tonight, you can tell theirs is just a bit more in sync.
And I think because of that, they've gotten the better looks to start this basketball game.
Now here's Wall. Passes it to Augustine. He's looking for Olynyk and finds him. Here's Tate. The shot missing. Good work defensively by KD. And on the way from Irving for 3. Not going to go that time. And Houston the other way now. They're getting their first look of the season at the Nets in this one.
And really, this is a team that expects to beat everyone when they step on the floor, but they were only able to split the series last year.
You wonder if they're looking to take control of this one early. And when you have more talent, you want to keep the other guys from gaining any confidence.
And Kelly Olynyk is going to pick up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. .29 seconds left in the second quarter.
Well, if the defense gives him that shot next time, they could get burned. I think he's just a little bit out of rhythm.
And all you got to do is look at the rebounding margin as to why they hold the lead.
Well, they've absolutely dominated that category in this one, and it's reflected in the score.
And it's another James Harden special we're witnessing here tonight. I think this fella's got some game.
First trip to the free throw line for him tonight.
Mind the lane. One shot.
And the southpaw stroke of Harden is just beautiful to watch. When he's cooking, he's one of the more lethal scorers in our league.
Augustine from outside. James Harden getting it done for the Brooklyn Nets. He notched 8 points in the quarter and has that terrific basketball instinct on display. We'll get right back to the action when we return.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, everybody. Boy, what a crowd joining us here for our halftime report. I'm Ernie Johnson alongside Kenny the Jet Smith and the Diesel, Shaquille O'Neal. James Harden led the way in the first half. He had 13 points and 1 assist. He didn't perform up to his standards in their last game. Tonight's a different story. He obviously has a short memory. And from what we saw so far from the Nets, Kenny, what's your takeaway?
Once again, we're seeing the high offensive IQ of James Harden. In an instant, he can read the defense and find the weakness. You're not going to outthink this guy.
And Shaq, how'd you think the Rockets were playing?
Well, they got a ton of issues to work out. Allow way too high a percentage to be shot against them. Not really showing any energy on defense. No discipline. Look at their faces, Ernie. Do they even want to be here?
And that wraps up the halftime show. Third quarter set to begin in just a few.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. An exceptional performance so far from James Harden.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
One of the things every player is after is efficiency at the offensive end. And boy, this young guy has done just that.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. And now let's check out the lineups courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go for the second half of basketball. So on the floor for Houston, Olynyk is out there with Wood. Then there's Gordon, and it's Wall, and it's Tate in at the three. And Christian Wood, undrafted in 2015 out of UNLV. Wait a minute, that's your alma mater. Hey, talk about his game. What do you like about Christian Wood's game?
Well, first I'll start with he went to UNLV. He's long, he's lean. I think he really fits the modern NBA as a small ball center, able to hold his own on the glass and space the floor.
And he makes the first. Your son, Cole Gregg, was one of the top high school players in America. A lot of services had him number one. Talk about what it was like going through the recruiting process as a dad.
You know, it was fun for the most part because he really kind of kept everything in perspective. And the teams we dealt with, the schools we dealt with, man, they were all top-notch. So that process, about as enjoyable as one could ask for. But at the same time, it's still stressful, man. That's still your little guy getting ready to head off to college.
Well, you're a dad and a proud one at that. Now here's Gordon. Still getting warmed up offensively. No scoring yet from him. 4 on the shot clock. Shoots it up. Misses off the left iron.
I think this is a spot he has got to become more consistent from. If you want to command the defender's respect.
And for Houston, they're shooting 28%. A rocky performance for them offensively. Brooklyn leading by 22. Here's Big Red. That one is good. He's only missed one shot of his 6 taken on the floor.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
Now here's Wall. And Wall slams it home.
Now there's your dunk contest champion back in 2014. Wall puts a little extra on that one.
Irving against Gordon. And Harden gets it to go in on the assist by Irving. Harden's got 15.
Well, the advantage they have right now is largely based on his play. What an outstanding night.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the second half now. Here's Wall. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
Now, this is where John Wall excels to me, getting fouls while shooting the basketball.
Rockets have gone 2 for 2 in the game at the line.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
First one falls for him.
From the moment he stepped into the NBA from the University of Kentucky, John Wall has been hungry and motivated to prove he belongs listed with the top players in the game.
Griffin's checked in for Durant. Avery Bradley, he's checked in for the Rockets. And so John Wall nails both of them. 2 minutes gone in this third quarter now. And here is Irving. He dishes it to Harden. Rebound by Olynyk. Olynyk's got his 4th rebound in this one. Bradley, that's for 2. He doesn't hit that one. And Brooklyn will now go the other way with it. At the conclusion of this game, they're off to Detroit, where they'll face the Pistons. That will be a getaway game for them, a 1-game road trip.
What a find by Griffin. He's a lot more skilled as a passer than he gets credit for as far as power forwards go. He has terrific vision.
Now here's Gordon. He's still scoreless so far in this one. And here comes Harris leading the fast break. And the slam by Blake Griffin.
We so often identify Joe Harris as strictly a shooter, but this guy, he is a tremendous passer as well.
Outside Bradley. Kicks to Gordon. Wall looking for an opening. 6 to shoot. Wood. It's deflected. Harden has a wide open look, and it's off from 3-point range.
But still, eventually you got to feel like he'll start knocking those down again.
Now let's go to the sideline and catch up with our Hall of Famer, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, we know that for years the NBA has thought about a postseason play-in tournament to get more teams and fans involved. Last year's pandemic stoppage basically necessitated its implementation. For the NBA, the disruption of business as usual enabled innovation and risk-taking. I don't want to be too hoity-toity, but it was Albert Einstein who once said, "In the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity." Guys, back to you.
You're right. Thank you, David.
Every time out, a chance to review the lineups, matchups, or call a play.
And the guys get a little bit of a break, mentally, physically, just recharge here quickly.
Making some changes. Jordan, he's checked in for Griffin. Bruce Brown comes in for Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for Kyrie Irving. Now here's Brown. Pass to Harden. Here's the 3. Nice D from Porter.
Boy, with his shot not falling right now, it might be time to look in a different direction. See if you can get your teammates started.
Yeah, just solid work on the back end of that play.
Yep, you're right. Finished hard with 2 hands on that stuff. Here's Dinwiddie. The Rockets making the shot. For the 3. Buries the long-range jumper. Dinwiddie's got 5.
And the efficiency is there, but the aggressiveness is really lacking. So far, it hasn't hurt them, though. And Doris, make no mistake about it, Spencer Dinwiddie is looking to score. An instant offense type of player.
And Spencer Dinwiddie knows what his role is, and he plays it perfectly. He can go a little hot and cold for stretches, but he doesn't let it affect him. Dinwiddie's always going to provide that offensive punch that's so critical for you.
Brown outside. No good on the 3. Here's Augustine bringing it up now for the Houston Rockets. And Jordan sends it back.
The DJ twice on the pipes. No, sir. Get it out of here.
Here's Dinwiddie. And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
And doing some dirty work on the offensive glass.
And then follows it up, Greg, with heavy-duty jam on his mind with a terrific putback. Now here is Augustine. Still looking for his first bucket in this one. Doesn't go that time. Great D that time from Jordan. It's Harden with the drive. Count the bucket. And he's got a free throw coming up as well.
Yeah, just constantly attacking the paint. Harden does not settle.
Brooklyn shooting their 6th attempt at the charity stripe in the game.
And a season ago, they hit about 75% of their free throws.
Durant's checked in for the Nets. Free throw good from Harden. For Houston, they've gone just a bit under 50% from the field since halftime, 5 out of 11. Here's Augustine, got a piece of it, but he gets it back. 16 seconds left to play in the third. 5 on the clock. James Harden with the rebound. 4 on 3 as they bring it up. He lobs it up.
Yeah, they're rolling right now. That lead continues to grow.
And one of the things that's helped that is they're getting it done on both ends. Terrific focus on offense, and they're locked in defensively.
Yeah, easy call.
The Rockets shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
2 shots.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. And so he hits both. And at the end of the third quarter, a huge lead in this one may already have been decided. It's the Nets running away with it. And we're coming right back. Be sure to stay with us as we get started for the fourth quarter. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, making the game easy for your teammates. All about putting them in a position to score. That's pretty.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Landry Shamet is out there with Harden. Then there's Big Red. Then there's DeAndre Jordan. And it's Green in at the small forward position. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn.
Well, that's interesting. Out in space, the defender challenging DeAndre Jordan's shot. Makes some contact, but it doesn't bother him.
Now here is Augustine. And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's going to be on DeAndre Jordan. You know, you look at the 2020 class for the Basketball Hall of Fame, Greg, some great names, headlined by Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant. I mean, historic players.
And all the more emotional, Kevin, having Kobe enshrined after his tragic passing. But when you look at the accomplishments of this class, arguably the most decorated that the Hall of Fame has ever seen.
And Greg, you've gotten a bird's eye view, you've gotten a front court view, you've had a chance to be alongside these Hall of Fame players.
Incredible talents, great people, and truly they've been terrific ambassadors for our game.
And quietly, DJ Augustine has become one of the game's better three-point shooters. This is an established player who finds ways to continue to be productive, guys.
And Brooklyn making a change here. Green's checked in. Both free throws good from Augustine.
Yeah, I like that they haven't lost their aggressiveness here in the second, despite being down.
Now Shamet. And the pass to Harden. And the layup falls. Harden's got 22.
Yeah, that's the third bucket in a row from the paint. This defense needs to clog those lanes in the middle.
Augustine passes to Tate. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Yeah, that's a great setup. Screen the defender off and let him elevate.
Oh, right. And wasn't the timing ideal? My goodness, the D with no chance to react.
The execution was simply flawless. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you run that play.
And a staple of Harden's attack. Sometimes it seems he's better finishing through contact on the drive.
Offensive rebound. And Augustine kicks to Wilson.
And a big lead for them on both the scoreboard and the backboard thus far.
Green misses off the right iron. And so it's Augustine who will bring it up for the Rockets. Inside. And it's blocked by Jordan. And he gets it back. And let's see what the Nets have coming up. On Wednesday, they'll head out on the road to face the Pistons in Detroit. And then on Friday, they'll be facing Steven Adams and the New Orleans Pelicans.
Shooting two.
First free throw is good. Greg, your son's been drafted. You were drafted in the NBA. As you look back on the process that you went through and your son Cole has gone through, what are some of the flags? What are some of the things that stand out to you?
First and foremost, boy, how time flies. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah,
that
no
long
kidding.
ago, at least
No
it feels
kidding.
like, that they were calling my name on draft night. But
91, right?
Yeah.
91.
You know, every stage of life, though, has its joys. And listen, to play the game I love and now see him playing it at this level, it's truly a blessing. And in his case, he probably loves it even more. You know, he didn't grow up the way I did. He grew up just with a true love and passion for the game. So it's humbling and obviously something that I take great pride in.
You were taken out of UNLV 1991, number 12 overall. Remember it like it was yesterday. Here's Exum following the basket by Kyrie Irving. That one doesn't drop. Nice D from Griffin. For Brooklyn, they've gone an outstanding 4 of 5 from the field in the fourth quarter so far. Rockets have gone 1 of 5 from the field here in the fourth. A lot of misses, just the one make. A little over 2.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth quarter. Exum passes to Brantley. Back to Exum. From deep. But they get it back. Wilson kicks to Exum. Tipped away. Nice hit again. Brooklyn with the rebound. Griffin's got rebound number 5 here tonight.
This is a quarter he'd rather forget. This guy just can't seem to get the lid off of that bucket.
Doris, as we've seen, NBA players are becoming more vocal on social issues. Some will say, keep politics out of sports. Should the NBA and should all sports be worried about that backlash?
Kevin, one of the things I admire most about the NBA is its commitment to the causes it believes in. And whether we are talking about the mental health issues of some of their players or the current situation in the country, the NBA's commitment to supporting equality and social justice is admirable. What is controversial about equality and social justice for all? Nothing. I admire their commitment. They're on the right track.
Here's Exum following the basket by Kyrie Irving. To halt the run, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. Greg, we're seeing the game evolve. We're seeing more and more big men displaying perimeter skills. Do you like that, or is there a part of you that misses those days when it all played out inside the lane in a very condensed era?
Listen, Kev, I think the game has kind of evolved on from the impact that the bigs had on the interior, but not the impact that they're having on the game. The reality is the game just doesn't stand still. And now as a big, you've got to have far more versatility. You got to be able to play in space. And as a fan, I just find the game to be more appealing to watch with the freedom of movement, the flow, and more of the skill set being put on display.
I agree. Nicholas Claxton's checked in for Blake Griffin. And the Rockets making a change here as well. DJ Augustine's checked in for Bradley. That's also good. So he hits both free throws. Greg, you played against some terrific players, including the late, great Kobe Bryant. I'd love to hear your thoughts on playing against Kobe.
I mean, his passing is still tough, I'm sure, for many to deal with because he was just taken from us at such a young age. But this guy was a ferocious competitor and someone who showed us in life and in tragedy that you need to make the most of every moment that we have here. You know, I just appreciated to really the fans getting to know Kobe once his career was over, because I think he was able to let his guard down a little bit and show us a lighter side, a more compassionate side.
That is an excellent point.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for Brooklyn.
You don't see this kind of a blowout often, but tonight this is a quality win across the board to deliver out this kind of punishment.
They definitely never changed the approach. They just kept after it and showed they were clearly the better team in just about every single category.
And so with this win, they'll move to 6 victories on the season.
And so they win their first game against this squad. It's a 2-game season series, and they'll be going for the sweep the next time they face off.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for James Harden.
They simply can't stop him right now. This guy playing with passion and focus.
Here is Augustine, following the basket by Kyrie Irving. And Augustine kicks to Olynyk, and out of bounds as Brooklyn gains possession.
Just didn't get his hands up in time on that one. They weren't on the same page there.
And a chance there to look back at the stunning mobile 1 block a moment ago.
And he's all over that shot, has it read the whole way and gets the position he needs to make a play.
Well, they're really making a point of keeping the ball moving around.
That's the key. The D can't focus on one player, and no matter what anybody tells you, that ball will always move quicker than the defender.
Here's Claxton. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. It was a tale of 2 teams tonight, one that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go, and once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see that rhythm and flow from their perspective.
And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thank you, Kevin. James, another explosive score and productive night for you. How'd you get into that rhythm?
My teammates did an unbelievable job tonight, man. Every night, every single night of, getting me open, getting me shots, and we came away with the victory. That's all that matters.
Well, they did a great job, man, but so did you. Thanks. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, David, great job. Thanks so much. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. See you next time.
it would mean a lot to have my shoe in the game, because that lets me know that.
Downtown Detroit shining brightly tonight. What a look at the Motor City from just across the river. Hello, everyone. Proud to bring you Wednesday night coverage of the NBA on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan. We've got Steve Smith and Greg Anthony at the table with me. And the fourth member of our crew, David Aldridge, our sideline reporter. A couple injuries for them. Their rotation perhaps shortened, and more minutes now to go around.
2 injuries, one of their stars out, but it's all about how you respond to the adversity.
And with tip-off coming up, we've got just enough time to hear from our good friend David Aldridge on the sideline. D.A., take it away.
Well, Kevin, even though starters are important, those great sixth men have been the key to so many championship teams. Think about the likes of Andre Iguodala, Manu Ginobili, Lamar Odom. And still, with some, there's a stigma to coming off the bench. Iguodala said it's ingrained early, but in particular, he said, in the NBA, it's I need to get paid like a starter. And guys, that's a sacrifice that not many are willing to line up for.
David Aldridge, thank you. Greg, in 1991, you were drafted 12th overall. Talk about early expectations as a first-round pick. Your son going through it right now.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, everyone wants to see what you've got. And also, you want to prove that you belong. And so because of that, though, especially in today's game, sometimes judgment comes way too quickly. And we've seen it with a lot of great young players that because they come in a lot earlier in terms of their age, it may take them an extra year or two to figure it all out. And so the teams that are most patient in allowing those kids to mature at their own level tend to be the ones that get the higher rewards.
Indeed, and we see so much impatience, and it causes problems. So the Nets starting 5, they've got Kyrie Irving, Big Red out there with Durant, then it's Harden, and it's Harris in at the small forward. And for Detroit, Jeremy Grant is out there with Plumlee, and there's Jackson, then there's Hayes, and it's Bey in at the 3 spot. Durant against Plumlee, shot clock at 5. And then Durant with the dunk.
The ball handling from Durant really a key to what sets him apart as a player. He can pull up and break you down.
Jackson against Harden. Outside Jackson. Back to Hayes. Over Irving. Hayes, no good. And so it's Harden bringing it up for Brooklyn. Coming into this, having notched a win against the Rockets in their last game.
Really consistent with their aggression. In that game, we saw very few lulls from an intensity standpoint.
A couple things stood out for me. They were relentless, and they also played under control. That's a deadly combination.
Brooklyn shooting their first free throw attempt on the night.
And as a group, they shot 75% from the line last season.
One shot.
Free throw good from Harden.
And the way Harden plays the game, incredible. So much energy and really as creative as they come.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
Jackson looking around to the right side. Here's Bey. To the paint. Second shot opportunity. And it's sent back by KD.
The standing reach of a center, the mobility of a guard. No wonder Durant sent that one back.
Yeah, slow start right now. 5 straight misses to get this one going. And don't look now, but they're starting to extend this lead.
They're doing it by building it out, step by step, valuing each possession.
Here's Bey. To end the run, and he makes it look easy, dunking it hard with one hand.
First make of the day should finally give them a little confidence.
For whatever reason, they came in a little tight tonight. That should loosen them up.
Detroit's gone 0 of 2 from deep here. Jackson down low. Guarded by KD. They recover it. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Brooklyn Nets.
That takes poise, patience, and vision. Great pass by Kevin Durant.
Pistons trail by 7. Left side Jackson. Brooklyn with the rebound. Big Red's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Oh, great ball movement there.
The Nets have gone 1 for 1, making their previous attempt at the line.
What's up?
That free throw good from Kyrie Irving.
I mean, it's so impressive. Kyrie's scoring ability. Terrific shot maker. Obviously gets to the line. Converts at a high rate.
Now here's Joseph. Pass to Grant. Now Okafor. It's deflected. KD looking around. There's the pass to Harden. And Harden with the stuff.
And you can see their strategy coming in. They want to control the paint.
This is my type of approach. Get some high percentage looks. Then later, you can play inside out.
And the Pistons decide to take their first timeout right here. A new generation of players, Greg, coming into the NBA alongside your son Cole. We've got a lot of players who I think are going to have a long-term impact on this game.
There's no doubt about it. Listen, I hope Cole can have the kind of impact that some of these guys are. But look at the Grizzlies. I think they got 2 terrific ones. Ja Morant has superstar written all over him. Brandon Clark probably surprised some people with his ability to have an impact. And if you look at this past draft, Obi Toppin is one to watch. This is a guy with great size and length who was a perimeter player until he had a growth spurt. So those are the types of players that I think when you combine athleticism and skill with the way the court is spaced, man, can have a tremendous impact in this game.
So for the Nets, Jordan, he's checked in for Durant. Brown comes in for Joe Harris. And Dinwiddie subbed in for James Harden. Now here's Joseph. Passes it to Grant. Back to Joseph. Down low. Will it go? They get it back.
They've been beating them to a lot of those loose balls and rebounds here to start.
Brown, good.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
For the Pistons, their last game a loss to the Bulls.
Well, when you're facing a team that's feeding off the crowd's energy, you have to bring your A game. They didn't do that defensively.
It looked like there were communication breakdowns all night. Deadly, especially when you're on the road.
And yes, it's good. Brown's got 5 now.
Defensively, giving up far too many open rhythm looks.
Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
Pass to Joseph. Got a piece of it. And stolen by Kyrie Irving. And another fast break for Brooklyn. The Nets are running. Dinwiddie wide open. A three-pointer off the mark. Pistons trail by 17. There's a minute left in the first quarter. Jordan against Okafor. 6 on the shot clock. And here's Joseph for 3. Jordan with the rebound. The Nets have gone 8 of 11 in the first quarter. They'll take that percentage any night. Brown, and finished off by Brown.
And what a way to start this game, dominating at both ends of the floor.
They came in prepared, focused, and really jumped on the other team early.
Time called here. The Pistons decide to talk it over.
and the lack of rim protection top of the list.
And it boils down to the question, toughness. One team showing it, the other allowing itself to be bullied.
And the Nets making a change here. Griffin's checked in. Pistons trailed by 19. And here is Joseph. Nothing yet on the scoreboard for him. Okafor kicks to Joseph. Back to Okafor, and stolen by Jordan. And here comes Brown, leading the fast break. And a wide open look for Irving. Off target from three-point range. And stolen by Jordan. With one on the clock, and no good on the last second attempt this time. And so it's the Brooklyn Nets with a 19-point advantage heading into the next quarter. They have made it very tough to get a shot off against them. Their defense has been stifling. And we've got more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way after this break. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And guys, the Nets enjoying a nice lead here.
Way to set the table. Offensively, they dominated on the interior.
They came in looking to attack from the get-go, willing to be physical and setting the tone.
And Brooklyn has possession. Following this one, they get to host the Pelicans. That game is the first and last of their homestand. And a chance here presented by Gatorade to see who's on the floor, all fueled up and ready to go for the start of the second quarter. And Brooklyn, looking who they've got. We've got Brown. Griffin is out there with DeAndre Jordan. Then there's Irving. And it's Dinwiddie in at the two guard. And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. For the Pistons, rebuild has been a dirty word. But with all their injuries last season, staying in the playoff picture was out of the cards. This summer, with their highest draft pick in a decade, Motor City is hoping it will be back in the fast lane soon. Guys?
Building up that talent base. Thank you, David. And the Pistons making a change here. Jackson's checked in. Irving surveying the floor. Here's Griffin. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got 3 assists in the game.
Blake Griffin has a little bit of shake and bake in his game. Nice move off the dribble.
Now here's Hayes. He's been patient so far. Nothing on the scoreboard yet. Pass to Jackson. Now here's Hayes. He's guarded closely. Brooklyn leading by 21. Right wing. Dinwiddie's got space. Here's Brown. And there's 2 points. Working on the glass, paying off that time. Brown's got 9.
Yeah, 3 consecutive field goals have come right at the rim. The D had better start buckling down.
The pass to Plumlee. Kicks it to Jackson. Hayes the pass to Bay. 4 on the clock. Rebounded by the Nets. This game against Detroit here, it's their first meeting of the season.
And as you would expect, they came out on top in last season's series against this club, but no reason to expect anything different this time around.
They just seem to match up very well whenever they play these guys. You can tell they have a ton of confidence.
Here's Irving, finished off the break. He's got 7.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
This has been an impressive performance tonight. Even with a big lead, they've maintained their focus.
Now here's Jackson. He's coming off a 16-point game against the Bulls in Chicago. And here they go. And Irving gets it to go on the assist by Dinwiddie. Irving's got 4 points in the quarter.
And they're passing the ball very crisply here.
Time called here. The Pistons decide to talk it over. Greg, you're the all-time assist leader for the Big West Conference. In that frame, talk about some of the traits that make for a good floor general, a good point guard, a good facilitator.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you have to be a leader because that's what the position calls for. Unselfishness, instincts, that stuff matters, but ultimately your teammates got to feel like you play for them. And that's when you have a chance as a team to be special.
I'm assuming you've always been like that. Am I correct?
No, that is not
really?
true.
Wow.
I evolved into a leader. In all seriousness, I think some guys are natural. Others, like myself, had to evolve into it.
Detroit making a switch here. Grant's checked in. A big group substitution here for Brooklyn. Big Red's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. Durant comes in for Blake Griffin. Harris is checked in for Brown. And it's James Harden in for Irving. Now here's Plumlee. He's coming off a 22-point game against Chicago.
And some of the passes he threaded through the defense were just incredible. He made it look so easy.
They have been board dominant in this game. That's definitely been a factor in crafting this huge lead.
Offensive rebound. Shots good by Durant. KD's got his second bucket of the game to go.
Fantastic time, and Durant able to beat everyone to the ball, then goes right back up.
He's with it. No points in the game yet for him. Grant finds Jackson. They need this one. He can't get that one to fall. And Brooklyn will come the other way. And here's Harden for 3. Here's Big Red. Count it. His second make in 4 attempts.
A pretty simple solution to ending this run. It would just be getting back and actually playing some defense.
Passes to Bay. Outside for Jackson. That's tipped. Here's Big Red, and the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Well, there you go. One team operating on all cylinders at both ends. Steals, fast break buckets, and the other team in scramble mode.
Now here's Hayes. Jackson, that's good. Jackson's got his first basket.
And boy, what a much-needed bucket there. Ends a 16-0 run by Brooklyn.
Always going up for the alley-oop here. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
And I tell you, Jackson is an aggressive player, always seeking out contact, especially while he's shooting.
This is his first free throw of the game.
2 shots. Max on the first.
And that one falls for Jackson.
And Jackson certainly has a lot of explosiveness. One of those guys who really wears his heart on his sleeve and brings that energy level every night.
Wayne Ellington's checked in for the Pistons. Corey Joseph comes in for Hayes. Jackson hits both of them. 1:24 left to play here in the second quarter. It's Durant on the wing. Here's Dinwiddie. And a miss there on the triple. For Detroit, they've gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. The basket counts and 1. They'll go to the line with a chance to make it a 3-point play.
How about battling through the impact there and then willing that basketball in?
The Pistons shooting their third free throw attempt of the game. Diallo, he's checked in for Josh Jackson. We've got 1:08 left to play in the first half. Now, here's Dinwiddie. He's still scoreless so far in this one.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Outside, Joseph. Back to Grant. Outside, Joseph. 4 on the shot clock. Over Durant, and they force the shot clock violation. Great D. Okafor is checked in for the Pistons. And a change for the Nets. Irving's checked in for Dinwiddie. And KD's got the ball here for the Nets. Here is Harden. He picked up 24 points in their last one against Houston. Buries it from 3-point range. KD's got his third basket of the night.
Just what this offense is designed to do. Get Durant these kinds of looks.
Outside, Joseph. Up in time. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater.
Not a physically imposing defender, but Kyrie with great footwork and timing to affect the shot.
And so it's Brooklyn, leading by a full 31 points at the end of the quarter. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, everyone. That was a combination of everybody and everyone. Everyone. Did you catch that?
I got it.
Yeah, Ernie Johnson, Kenny the Jet Smith, Shaquille O'Neal. How about that first half, fellas? Brooklyn came out looking very confident. They had the pieces in place for a nice stretch to open it up and went on a 7-0 run to start. At the end of the first quarter, they found themselves way out on top. Then in quarter number 2, it was all hands on deck, and what a show it was. Quality execution, good efficiency, some tremendous defensive play helped them take a decisive advantage, and they're running away with this one. Kenny, your thoughts on the Nets' first half?
Well, right now, they're winning the battle above the rim. I'm talking about all their offensive rebounding, just a ton of second chance opportunities. They just wanted it more. And obviously, those extra possessions will convert it into points. Points that help them build this huge lead.
And Shaq, what are your thoughts on Detroit?
Well, not at all what they envisioned coming to the game. And defending the paint has been the main problem, Ernie. They got to commit a few more bodies down low, and they got to protect the inside, protect the inside, protect the inside. But even if they do, still might be a little too late for them, Ernie.
Thanks for joining us, folks. We're now just a few minutes away from the start of the third quarter.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Here's Big Red. We've got Plumlee, Josh Jackson out there with Hayes. Then there's Jeremy Grant, and it's Bay in at the small forward spot. That's the group for Detroit right now. Now here's Jackson. Good on the bucket. Jackson's got 6.
I'll tell you, at 6'8", Jackson is a more than capable scorer on the inside. Great at getting close to the rim and just finishing with the soft touch.
Here's Big Red. Here's Harden. And the rejection by Jackson. Pass to Hayes. Outside Jackson. Five to shoot. Grant dishes to Jackson. Over Harden. Jackson misses.
He's had a tough time getting it going, and he's put this team behind the 8 ball.
And arguably no one in the NBA draws more attention than Harden. Part of why he creates so many opportunities for others.
Now here's Hayes. Still looking for his first bucket in this one. Jackson misses. For Brooklyn, they've gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Irving for 3. Here's Big Red. Boom, he jams it straight down.
Doing his job on the glass and doing it with force.
And Greg, it's not everybody in the league who can make those kinds of plays.
You know, this is one of his specialties, keeping plays alive, creating second chance opportunities.
Here's what Brooklyn's going with right now. DeAndre Jordan comes in for Kevin Durant, and it's Brown in for Harris. Greg, did you know when you were playing that you'd eventually want to call games, be in the broadcast table?
Kevin, no idea. I didn't have any clue, and quite honestly, didn't really think that there was a career that one could have in terms of broadcasting, you know, because cable was just kind of coming on as I was retiring. You didn't have your own network and the things that we take for granted now. So looking back on it, no, but boy, am I glad I did.
I am glad you did too. You probably don't remember this. Doc Rivers and I were doing a game. You came over to say hi to the two of us, went back out on the floor. Doc nudges me and said he'll be great in TV someday. So we saw it then.
He's a good mind. The man knows what he's talking about.
Here's Jackson after the basket by Brooklyn. Again, the miss by the Pistons.
And there hasn't been anything easy for him in this period.
And you've seen they've made numerous attempts to try to get him going. Shows how valuable he is to this offense.
And the Pistons with possession here, following the bucket by the Nets. Here's Bay. He's covered by Brown. With the teardrop, Bay gets the bucket. Bay's got his second bucket of the night.
Oh, perfect timing there to knock down the teardrop.
Brown outside. Pass to Jordan. And Harden with the basket on the assist by Jordan. Harden's got 4 points in the quarter.
And now you see them starting to really work the ball inside. They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
And that one is off. Some solid defense from Brown.
Yeah, and they've shown effort and aggression in the paint, really right from the tip. Their rebounding edge right now, massive. Yeah, they're going to have a nice little run here.
Brooklyn shooting their 4th attempt at the free throw line right here. And the Pistons, an entirely new group now out there. And then for Brooklyn, Blake Griffin, he's checked in for DeAndre Jordan. And Dinwiddie subbed in for James Harden. And that one falls for Irving. The Pistons have gone 2 of 7 from the field in the third. That leaves room for improvement, sir. Here's Joseph. Okafor trying to get open. Joseph, that's good. Joseph's got 5 points so far.
So good at the rim. A slow defensive rotation leads to the easy lay.
Here's Big Red. He's got 11. Outside Irving. Now the pass to Big Red. Shot clock at 6. And 2 free throws coming up. Unable to get that one to go with all the contact. It's on Jahlil Okafor.
I mean, even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
The Nets have hit all 4 of their chances so far in this one. And he knocks down the first one. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. Greg, you know, we're seeing players take control of their free agent destiny. Do players get a bad rap for that and switching teams?
Listen, I don't know if you get a bad rap, but you're going to catch the wrath of the fan base. You think of Paul George in Indy or KD in OKC, and fans, they're going to feel jilted. There's no doubt about it. They're going to feel scorned.
Yeah. And Joseph kicks to Doumbouya. Launches a 3. Rebounded by the Nets. Big Reds have got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass. Outside Irving. Kicks it out to Dinwiddie. Over in the corner, Brown. In the corner, it's Griffin. No good on the 3. Passes it to Joseph. Okafor against Griffin. Okafor, the pass to Ellington. That 3 off the mark. The Nets have gone 7 of 11, a lucky field goal percentage here in the 3rd. They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe. Brooklyn shooting their 7th free throw attempt here. And the Pistons making a change here. Cook's checked in. And then for Brooklyn, Kevin Durant comes in for Big Red, and Harris subbed in for Brown.
One shot.
And so it's Joseph with it. He'll bring it up for the Pistons. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Now Diallo. He's gotten some minutes, but nothing on the board yet. Clock at 4. Here's Ellington. Offensive struggles continue. Missing again. To the middle. And slam dunk by Harris.
Well, the thing about Kyrie, he draws so much defensive attention. Someone's often left open.
And so it's Brooklyn with a huge lead at the break. Safe to say there's no catching them today. They've been playing some ferocious defense. We've got more in store for you right after this. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
Fundamental basketball. Keep your eyes up. Keep the ball moving. You're going to keep the defense on its heels.
And with the 4th quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. And Brooklyn, looking who they've got. Landry Shamet is out there with Green. Then it's Joe Harris. Then there's Griffin. And it's KD in at the 4. The jump hook. They get it again. Cook. He's good with the little jumper in close. Cook's got his first points of the game.
And the D getting outworked there on the putback. Can't let that happen.
For some reason, blocking out has become a lost art, and that's the result you'll get.
Here's Durant. Again, the Nets for 2.
With his size, KD almost unstoppable from mid-range.
Pass to Okafor. Well, in the dunk contest, we saw Michael Jordan take on Dominique Wilkins. These days, not as many star players are participating in these skills competitions, like Greg, the slam dunk.
I think it's a great point you raised, Kevin, and I think in part because back in that era, you know, the reality is guys didn't make the kind of dollars they make today. And there was more risk, I guess, in the mindset of guys today, and they didn't want to take that challenge on. So I wish we would see more of our stars in the slam dunk contest, but I don't think that's going to be the case, unfortunately, as much as we'd all like to see it.
Here's Joseph, and he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for two.
Shooting for Detroit, Corey Joseph.
Shooting two.
Free throw good, Joseph. Some changes for Brooklyn. Jordan, he's checked in for Griffin. Green comes in for Kevin Durant. And James Harden subbed in for Joe Harris. And so he makes both from the line. Just about 1.5 minutes gone by here in the fourth. And here's Harden. Outside, Green. It's good. The assist that time from Harden. Green's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three. Harden against Joseph. Here's Bay. Well, players now, Steve, seem to have a lot more power to demand a trade. Talk about what that does for the future of small market teams.
You know, Kevin, I think that's to be honest. It makes it tougher for the small market teams. The one solution, I think, is if you have a team that is very close-knit, if you get the right superstar and he's happy, if you have a chance to maybe win a championship, that keeps those stars in place.
Pass to Bay. And that one, good.
And no matter what they've tried, the D just has not been able to deny them the ball inside.
Shamet kicks to Harden. Oh, and James Harden throws it down hard.
And this is how a floor leader makes a statement. Harden just put the other team on notice.
Joseph with the ball. The pass to Bay. James Harden with the rebound.
And that is the exact type of opportunity this offense is looking to create.
You know, if you get the ball to the right guy in the right spot, more often than not, you're coming away with points.
Over in the corner, Green. Pocket six. And the Nets, another three.
Heavy incoming from beyond the arc, a key part of their initiative this entire fourth quarter.
Interesting approach coming down the stretch, looking to rack up points in chunks.
Plumlee finds Joseph. And he's going up for the alley-oop.
My goodness. Save that one. I want to see that again.
Me too. Just absolutely beautiful. Brooklyn's gotten off to a great start from three-point range in the final quarter. They're a perfect 3 of 3. Passes it to Harden. Makes that one his 6th of the night, shooting a very healthy 6 for 9.
You need guys who are willing to make the next pass. Shamet doesn't rack up a lot of assists, but he's unselfish.
1:36 left in the game. Bay passes to Magruder. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Plumlee. No good off the back of the rim.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face. And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for Brooklyn.
The biggest factor tonight had to be their great shooting. They shot much better than the other team.
Yeah, they were working hard on both sides of the floor, but that sky-high field goal percentage, plus the pressure defense to force the other team into a lot of misses. Love the effort tonight.
And now, for the year, this is going to take them to 7 wins.
And they'll take the win tonight, setting the tone in the first matchup of this 4-game season series.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Big Red.
Boy, such a big factor in the game tonight. His intensity on the boards. Even when guys put a body on him, he somehow still beats them to the ball.
Here's Magruder. The Pistons keeping it alive, a new 14. Shot and game clock separated by 5, and it's in there.
Yeah, they've sucked the energy out of this arena. Tremendous effort on the road.
And when you're on the road, you can't be tentative coming into a game like this. I thought their aggressive approach was the difference.
Here's Plumlee. No good there. And so it's Brooklyn easily grabbing this one. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Kyrie, we're at an early part of the season, but what did you want to accomplish tonight individually and in the team flow?
Just wanted to come out here and compete and get the win. We wanted to set a standard for ourselves. The most important thing was just coming out here and competing for my teammates and doing whatever possible to get this win.
And you all did that tonight. Thanks, Kyrie. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, David, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Steve Smith, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for tuning in. So long, everyone.